It is nighttime turned immortal. As the legends stare at their final peak, the underdogs, they prowl at the foothills of greatness. From Indira Cole to Indira Point, the game that has united us all, ladies and gentlemen, this is its ultimatum. We're here at BMPS 2023. My name is Salty and I'm going to be your host and caster for the day. Joining alongside is going to be my best friend, Super Johnny. And we're going to have a blast as this final week has so many storylines to discuss. Johnny, let's just address the elephant in the room so far.
Yes,
We've
let's
had
go.
some amazing storylines written and some comeback stories which are still yet to be penned down. What do you think is going to happen inside of this final week so far?
Oh, I mean, it is going to be absolute chaos and also a bliss for us to enjoy because it is going to be exciting. As you mentioned, a lot of comebacks witnessed in week 2. There were the incredible moments from week 1 that put teams on a pedestal from where we were thinking that, all right, these squads might be unbeatable. But in week 3, all of that is changing.
Absolutely. It certainly is changing. And how is it changing? Of course, we will discuss all of that. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, let's just talk about what is on the line. And that is a massive amount of 1 crore rupees, which is at stakes right now, Johnny.
Yeah.
The lion's share of 40 lakhs being taken away by the champions. We've talked about this over and over again. But it seems like it is not enough because this is just too much money to talk about.
I mean, it's always going to be too much money. Think about the last few events we've
Oh,
been
yes.
at with Crafton. I mean, they've been putting so much effort and so much love into the community, and the community has reciprocated that as well. But talking about the prize money, of course, we know we have talked about this split between the top 16 teams that make it to land final, and of course, the individual prize money for the MVP of the BMPS and the best IGL of the tournament. But all of that you only get if you get points in the game.
Yes, and this is sort of all flustered us up because we've been talking about it. The chicken dinner gets you those 15 points,
Yeah.
and it seems like the teams, they've sort of undermined that, and now it's all about those very crucial finish
Yeah.
points. I think teams at the bottom of the overall standings, they are focusing only on that. But why are they doing so? So that they can reach atop everyone else and gain these bonus points, ladies and gentlemen. 25 points for being number 1. It has been phenomenal because the battle for bonus points is do or die right now. I
Exactly.
think the bonus points can be the game changer.
They are definitely going to be the game changer because imagine that this is the last week, last opportunity for you to grab hold of that 25 points sitting on the first position. And if you can make it happen, that can change everything. Again, a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, as we noticed on that prize pool graphic, only 16 teams out of the 96 that are already there right now in the tournament will be able to play in the finals. And talking about the teams, we have the groups in front of us here.
We certainly have the groups, and we are currently talking about Group Blue, who's had their first day so far inside of this week.
Yeah.
Let's just talk about the teams who did not really perform. OST, their run inside of this week 3 has not been according to their plans.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're trying their level best, but still, hopefully, they can make a comeback. But as we move on to Group 2, another name that has not lived up to the expectations that were set after week 1 and 2 would be Hydra. This week, not really working out for them, but they have matches remaining, so we still have hope alive.
Absolutely. Group 3, Johnny, is where the group of question marks is all about. You've got God's Reign, who is right at the very edge on that 20th spot inside of Group Blue. Of course, they need to make it inside the top 16 or possibly even inside the top 10 so that they can secure that qualification for the grand finals.
Yeah, and then there are teams like Global Esports and
Yes.
Team Together Esports. Team Together already inside a decent spot within the top 16. They will try their level best to hold on to their position, but moving on to Group 4, now this is where things get interesting because we have the lads from the side of Blind, we have the lads from the side of Big Brother Esports, but yesterday Blind, they tried their level best. Unfortunately, the level of aggression they were trying to bring on the table in a few moments did not really work out for them. Big Brother as well, we saw them in that end game yesterday, but unfortunately wasn't really something they were able to convert.
Absolutely. On this group, of course, you've got Team Entity, whose comeback has been to one for the history books, of course. How beautifully they've managed to kind of take over everyone else. And now let's just talk about group number 6. You've got Insane, you've got Galaxy, Medal Esports, some huge names that have made a mark inside of this tournament.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, the best story from Group 6 has to be Team Insane and Team Galaxy Esports. Insane dominating the charts right now, headed towards one of the biggest LAN events they can play. And of course, me and Fixes, we were having this discussion yesterday. They have very young athletes within their squad who are about to experience something that will define their careers for the first time.
Absolutely. And ladies and gentlemen, for you guys, you are about to experience extravaganza, because once again, we've got the wonderful schedule of two Erangels, one Miramar, Sandhawk and Vikendi up in action. It seems like the groups that are going to be playing, everyone apart from group, I believe 4, is having their game days today. So it's going to be a fun thing to watch that. All right, for all the teams from group number 4, they're going to be in the back lines. They are going to be watching these teams play out, understand what their strategy feels, and then come back tomorrow. And I think tomorrow will be the day when they play those 3 games. It is going to be so crucial, I think, for their comeback story, for writing their scripts inside of BMPS. They have a wonderful opportunity at hand.
Exactly. I get very excited when there is one particular group that has the opportunity to play matches consistently, because building momentum is the most important thing, and if you can carry that momentum forward game by game, it can put you in a very advantageous position against the rest of the competition. But I guess even now teams are still trying to figure out how to grab hold of that top 16 slot and make it to the LAN finale, and the journey, it is at its peak in terms of how difficult it can be.
It certainly is at its peak, to be honest. And speaking of why is it at its peak, because inside of week number 3, we have had the first day that has been played so far. Let's just witness the action once again and understand where the teams have stacked up for themselves, because the overall standings right now has reached a very interesting stage, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, let's just understand this. Team Insane at the very number 1 spot. They've got their position secured. Even Team Entity, if I'm not mistaken, Johnny.
Entity has moved up in the rankings quite nicely, and not just for week 3, but in terms of the cumulative overall rankings as well. So Entity, Global Esports, these teams are doing well, but I want to focus on teams like TWM, who have made a brilliant comeback. Week 1 not really being there. Week 2 they finished in the top 8, and coming into the third week doing quite well for themselves. Galaxy in the same position. Now these two teams stand a very good chance of making it through to the LAN finale, but they will have to be consistent in this week and grab some extra bonus points.
Absolutely. Then of course we move on to the second page, where it seems like it's a very dicey spot, because we saw the points, we saw how the teams at the very top, they have amassed over 30 points, a lot of them in fact. But now here, have a look at this. There is multiple teams at the sub 20 mark, and from 20 to 10 points onward, you're accommodating about 10 teams, more than 10 teams in fact, which just goes to show how tough the competition has been inside of this group so far.
Yeah, it definitely has been quite tough. But moving on to the third page of the ranking is where things get interesting, because again, one big name over here that has been struggling, and people are getting scared whether they will be able to make it through to the next stage or not, is going to be God's Reign. Hoping to see them perform today, hoping to see at least one big chicken dinner from their side.
Well, the gods themselves, and I think they know their game plan set. But on the other side, of course, you've got certain teams who are lacking behind, who are expected to be at the finals, who are expected to bring their A game inside of this tournament so far. I'm specifically talking about Big Brothers. I'm specifically talking about Hyderabad Hydras, who haven't really impressed us so far. But Autobots on the other side, they've done so brilliantly for themselves.
Autobots have done brilliant. I mean, the journey they are on, it looks like they are headed down the right direction, headed on the right path. But Hydra, Team Together Esports, GS, and the lads from the side of 5 Filter Esports, now this is not the trajectory they were supposed to take, especially Hydra and GS and Team Together Esports. But they also had a nice little safety cushion to work with, sitting at the top of the leaderboard, so I don't think there's going to be too much concern for those 3 teams.
Absolutely. Then, of course, inside of the last page, you've got Genesis, you've got Team OST, you've got Megastars, and you've got Burnex. And the only point of concern is the fact that teams like Mayur Gaming, teams like UK07, they've played 2 games inside of the 5 for the final week. It is going to be extremely difficult for them to mount that comeback, but I hope they are prepared, Johnny.
Yeah, I hope so too, especially a team like Megastars Gaming. Megastars, they have been struggling. I'm not going to lie about that. We were expecting this team to draw big numbers just because of the caliber of players they have, but that wasn't the case. Also, I mean, talking about individual players and their caliber, it seems like no one has been able to match Godbot from the side of GS as of now, sitting at the top of the top 5 players with 31 finishes to his name.
no one has been able to match him yet, Johnny. And it seems like there are so many players who are hot on his tails. I'm talking about the young guns. I'm talking about Ninja Boy and Beast. You've got Dark Lord involved in the mix of things as well. I think Dark Lord has made that massive climb. If I remember correctly, yesterday Ninja Boy and Beast were
Yeah.
up there in that second and the third spot. But for Insane, yesterday was actually within quote unquote insane because they played phenomenal. 2 games, 2 chickens. They've sort
Yes.
of written how you ride the tide inside of BMPS so far, and it seems like they have one foot inside the grand finals. But what about the other team? Let's just talk about Global Esports for a second. How their journey and their character arc has sort of begun from the first week to now. They are en route to the finals as well, hasn't it?
I mean, yeah, they are on their way to the land finale, but their journey. I want to talk about how it started in the BGIS itself, because that is where we saw this lineup in its first iteration, and over there things weren't looking that great. But now coming into the BMPS, they have worked upon themselves quite a lot, turned things around, and I always talk about the new aggressive global esports that we're witnessing.
Yeah.
It is immaculate. It's so fun to watch them perform.
Yeah, one fun thing was we did not actually get to watch Global Esports inside of BGIS, but let's just talk about
Not
this
the
one
finals.
as yeah,
Yeah.
but inside of the first game so far, Group 1 and Group 2, they are going to be duking things out on the first map of Erangel. You've got some big names and you've got some very
Yeah.
high stakes. We just witnessed Genesis was very low on that overall rankings, even growing strong. Teams like OST, teams like Vintage, who had impressed us all inside of week number 1.
Genesis is something special because we need to talk about Genesis, right? A new name that stepped up quite nicely in
Yeah.
week 1. They were sitting in the top 8. Week 2 rolls around. We expect them to bounce back, but unfortunately that performance just drops. And they were outside of the top 8 bracket, but still sticking within the top 16. But this week, not the start that they wanted. Genesis, one way or the other, they have to secure at least one big win. A 30 bomb needs to be dropped, and it needs to happen today itself because tomorrow might just be too late.
Let me just give you a silver lining over there. The
What is
only
it?
point is inside of the last page of the overall standings. It's not just the last page, in fact. From the second page
Yeah.
onwards, the points difference is only about 15. So one big game, every team from that last page will be able to make that climb, Johnny.
See, now you're thinking about just the fact that, oh, I'll be okay if I'm just in the top 16, right? Are you forgetting that Group Red, they're lying in wait?
They certainly are lying in wait, and I hope Genesis, they've done enough inside of the past weeks that they can actually secure their place in the grand finals because they truly deserve that.
Yeah.
But we have talked about Genesis, how they have grown so far. OST is another team whose growth inside of BMPS has been exponential, right? They had multiple factors which were not working for them initially. Their gunpowder was not at its
Yes.
peak. Their positioning was not really brilliant. But as the tournament progressed, this team, they checked all of those markers and now they are at a very nice position, to be honest.
I was just starting to think how you going to swing that around. Putting on everything that was just going wrong for the team. That one thing that went right was Devotee and his consistency.
Yes.
The man has made sure that even during the worst days, OST does not finish on nil, basically a 0 on the point board, and they have been able to keep themselves in the race, all thanks to this man and his aggression.
Absolutely. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to witness a lot of aggression in this first game of Erangel as the Big Bird is back in the skies once again. Now, this is the start of a new day, and I hope the teams are fresh. They are ready for this battle to begin, Johnny. Of course, we have one formality to do as to tell our passengers where are we flying tonight.
Oh, we are going in the middle of nowhere, actually. We start between Zarki and Severny. We go through Gatka because Gatka is just open fields, basically. We go through Ferry Pier and land. Well, not land, actually. We just drop everyone off just west towards the western edge of the military base. So, again, this flight path does not actually go directly over any of the major drop locations inside of the game. It does head quite close to every single drop spot towards the western part of the map. But, again, the story still remains the same. Our words are going to be the same. Anyone looking to head towards that eastern side is going to face a challenge. And one of the teams that does like to play from the eastern side is the side of GS, who call Yasnaya their home. Now, how will they get there? It is going to be extremely interesting because as you see, Growing Strong take that drop, they are not alone. There's another team following them in the same suit.
Stellar Titans will be their name. Stellar Titans, they've done it previously as well, it's not just growing strong in that Yasnaya drop. Even when they are in the group of God's Reign, we've seen them challenge them, and we've seen them actually hurt the likes of God's Reign as
Oh.
well. So for growing strong, it is going to be interesting. But what actually
Wow.
makes this game even more interesting is the circle, ladies and gentlemen, on top of military base toward the southern part of the map itself. Now, this is where things can get very dicey, especially for all the teams in the northern hemisphere. Look at how much of a distance Team Hindustan Gaming and Lucknow Giants will have to rotate.
Well, let's see how much they will have to rotate and how they will rotate, in fact. But before that, Salty, we talked about this. Stellar Titans against the players of Growing Strong. And as you mentioned, Stellar Titans, their menace that they look to cause. It has happened before, but this time Lucifer getting caught off guard. That Coop on the run. Sparky is still sitting in the back of the buggy. His teammates, they need to start driving, and the hunt is on.
The hunt is definitely on. It seems like we're starting the journey with a Tom and
Clever.
Jerry race, but growing strong. They've got bigger plans. They've got bigger priorities. For Stellar Titans, it seems like they've got nothing to lose. And this is something which we talked about, right? Teams who have nothing to lose, trying to drop by other teams and trying to take them down in the early stages of the game. We witnessed some crazy amounts of action yesterday in the early phases.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, especially that first angle,
Yeah.
the initial fight that kicks things off. In fact, two of them. One in Rozok, where we had I Am Official stake out the players. I believe it was the OG that was eliminated by the hands of I Am Official. And the second fight that happened was in the city of Yasnaya. But another fight breaking out. This time Hydra is going to be on the wrong end of the stick. Starboy knocked out. Easy finish secured by the Executors.
I mean, this is what we expected, right? Hydra Esports, they are sort of okayish on the overall standings, but it seems like they are sort of being targeted. They are forcibly being made to bend down at this point. Team Executors, what are they doing? Are they actually trying to chase down Team Hydra so far?
I don't
Seems
think so.
Yeah, exactly. Even they have sort of disengaged from this particular fight. Nitin will look to regroup with the rest of his teammates. And Hydra, apparently, they managed to escape from this fight.
Oh, wow. I mean, they have managed to escape, but I believe they have been allowed to escape because
Yeah.
Executors did not overexert themselves. But over here, Yeti from the side of MG is about to be put inside the grave, and there he goes. Aman just comfortably climbs up to the rooftop, shoots him in the back. Yeti was still busy peeking through the window, but it is going to be extremely difficult for his teammates from the side of MG to recover now. FFS, in fact. They
Yeah.
have a brilliant compound to work with, and from here it shouldn't be too difficult for them to protect their position.
It kind of is safe to say that Yeti had accepted his fate.
Yeah, he did.
Especially when four players were climbing up the stairs. You could hear all the footsteps. He was like, alright, fine, I know I'm done. And there's nothing that I can possibly do about it. This is such an aggressive start to the game, courtesy to that flight path, of course. It kind of threw a massive curveball. But look at what Hydra Esports have done. They've made their rotation from the mainland, took their buggies, made that escape, and now they are inside of the military base. They have leapfrogged ASG and are now inside of Novorupnoy. What do you have to say about that?
I mean, it can be risky. They will have the Novorupnoy containers under their control, but it's going to be very difficult for them to move out in case the circle moves up north. So that is the one thing that I'll be concerned about. In the meanwhile, though, 550 Esports now. This is interesting, to say the least, because it looked like they were ready to breach towards that military island, breach the military bridge and cross over, take control of the complete island, destroy anyone who stood in their path. They see one guy instantly turn their vehicles around and fall back.
I kind of doubt if they had spotted Flash right behind the tree.
I think their spidey sensors did start to
Yeah,
tingle, and
it
they realized,
started
like,
to tingle.
alright, it might not be that easy. Crossing over might not be that easy.
And surprisingly, it was the player from Vintage. And now the fact that 550 Esports, they've fallen back to their mainland. You can witness from the map itself that MG is quite close. And for sure, 550 Esports have found that early success against them. It seems like MG might be able to duke it out against them. And 550 Esports, even they might get hurt in the process. It's going to be a risky crossover. Whether they take the bridge or the waterways, we'll have to find out if they have other plans. But for now, it seems like crossing the bridge will be a risky situation.
Talk about risk and look at how much risk IGL from the side of Claw has taken He was caught in between the players of Hindustan Gaming, but still has managed to hide his position, is still alive, is going to wait for his teammates to actually reach the northeastern edge of the circle and join him, and then maybe we're going to see them plan an assault on the players of Hindustan Gaming, who for some reason are moving towards the Milta power plant. It should be an easy entry for them inside the circle, but based on where they are headed, I believe they're going to take a swan dive into that sea and then maybe take a water rotation towards Nova Repnoi.
A very risky move, Johnny.
Yeah.
Summed up, it is a very risky move, especially when you take that longer route. We've seen boats run out of fuel. We've seen boats being blown off as well, especially when the shots come across from the Nova Repnoi coast. It'll be very interesting to watch out, especially with two teams guarding the coastlines. Not really sure if Hindustan Gaming for them, it is the best of plans.
Well, it's not the best of plans for either of these teams, Hindustan Gaming or Claw, in fact, as well.
One thing which I like about Hindustan Gaming is that they took that early rotation. They dropped inside of Severny, made this such a huge rotation in the early stages of the game. We're yet to have the blue zone hit us and the second stage form, of course. But Hindustan Gaming understand the importance of timing.
Yeah, they do. And again, I mean, it was very important to move out of Severny early because then you risk getting gate kept in very awkward positions. Just like Yasnaya shelter, you know, people have a tendency of hiding in those shelter tunnels, waiting for vehicles to cross them, and then just start shooting, blast those vehicles, take them out of commission. You have an entire team stuck without any cover. That's the easiest game plan to sort of blockade anyone on the eastern side of the map, and that is what a lot of teams aim for. And I believe with how we saw IGL position himself, his game plan was also to gather information just by hiding in the tunnels over there. But anyways, I mean, we do have the players from the side of Genesis on our screens, and we did talk about Genesis quite a lot during our pre-game. Expect them to drop some big numbers in this map, but they are taking things a little bit slow.
Well, I'm actually going to note that down, hoping that Genesis, they drop those big numbers. But if they don't, I'm going to talk about the caster's curse. There's always there. But look at this, Team ASG are slowly huddling up right across the Nova Repnoi city. And they are crossing over. They understand Hydra Esports is there. And it seems like this team is prepared to take a fight, Johnny.
Yeah, they're going to be prepared for the fight. But ASG, they have to realize as well, they are one of those teams that have a chicken dinner to their name, but still are way, way too far away from that qualification marker, which is something you would never expect. But this time around, considering it is just a 3-man roster from the side of Hydra Esports that they're up against, it should be a fight that they can win.
This is brothers up against the entire world, Johnny. I think ASG have just got one mission, and that is vengeance.
Yeah.
And Hydra might actually bear the brunt of that aggression. So far, Nova Repnoi has had peace, but it seems like Hydra also understand there are some troubling neighbors, and they definitely aren't going to be happy about that. But so far, the circle does take a shift. It is proceeding towards a military base. So we are in for a treat, Johnny.
Yeah, we are definitely going to be in for a treat. It is going to be quite exciting, especially considering how many open positions are there on that military island, still available for anyone willing to take the risk to grab them. The closest team towards the eastern side on the Nova Repnoi bridge will be Team Executors. Wow, I believe they're blocking the bridge as of now, just on the other side, sitting in the gas station. But we'll come back to them, ladies and gentlemen, as it seems like a fight breaking out. It is Hindustan Gaming against the players of Fly Esports, and Fly Esports, they prioritize their safety. They are on the run, trying to avoid the players of Hindustan Gaming by moving back up north.
Yeah, they just fly away from the situation. They were like, all right, fine, Hindustan Gaming, take your Milta power. We are not going to mess with you. It seems like they've done that wonderfully, but I don't really understand the plan of action for Fly Esports right now. They are in a good spot though, Johnny.
Yeah.
They are inside the top 16 of Group Blue, of course. But inside of the overall, their position is still very dicey. So need to secure those points, need to get those high numbers right up front. But the only interesting thing right now in my mind is the fact that there are so many teams in the mainland. And how are these many teams going to cross over? Because that is going to lead to so many mid-rotation collisions.
I'm just wondering why no one's fighting yet. I mean, you see the shoreline. In fact, only the shoreline from the main island remains in the circle at this point, and everyone realizes that we might be a little too late
Yeah.
on our rotation towards the military island, and that is going to cause a lot of trouble. But expect the action to break out, ladies and gentlemen, in this zone itself. As you guys can see, there are 4 different teams heading towards that Novorapnoye bridge. And right on the edge, as I mentioned, towards the gas station, you still have Team Executors waiting for an opportunity to strike. And towards the military bridge, we have Megastars Gaming, BurnX Official, and it seems like these two teams might just collide, and Genesis, they're going to wait on the sidelines to see when exactly is going to be their opportunity to join in.
Do you know the fun part is you mentioned 4 teams on the Novo bridge. There
Yeah.
are 4 teams on the military base bridge as well, and with
Yeah.
Vintage blocking on the other side. So it's going to be interesting to say the least. You've got Genesis, Burnix, you've got Team 5 Filter Esports and Megastars on the mainland, and of course Vintage on the crossover. Will be looking to take down anyone who gets in their way, of course, but we've talked multiple times over it. A bridge camp is always a risky situation, isn't it?
Yeah, it will definitely be a risky situation. We've seen it fail multiple times, but there's also the opportunity that if you execute it perfectly, you walk away with, at least in a situation like this, you can easily secure 5 to 6 points for finishes just from that bridge alone. So it is a high risk, high reward setup that the teams usually employ. But talk about high risk, high reward. We talked about Hindustan Gaming and their rotation from Milta Power, the water rotation towards the military island. It seems like they have executed it successfully, but I also see a lot of their players with low HP bars taking a significant amount of damage from the blue zone. Now, this is not a position you want to be in, especially Hindustan Gaming. They can risk it all because the moment they reach the shorelines, the moment they climb up from the cliffs, they will be faced with the oppositions in the form of Hydra. Now, Hydra, look at them on top of the hill. They will have the high ground advantage. And even if one of the players is going to be close to that cliff of the hill, they will be able to spot out the players of HG, look back towards them, and then finish them off. The blue zone will help them quite a lot in doing so.
Absolutely. I mean, not to underestimate the Marine Corps, of course, Hindustan Gaming, they've just made that crossover. It seems like they are going to be safe. Hydra Esports pretty busy on their rotation themselves. They were on their vehicles, they were on their merry path, and they have made their way inside the circuit. But look at HG as well. They've found some vehicles of their own.
I have another question. How is GS already on the military island? Growing strong. I mean, out of nowhere, they managed to cross over completely safe and sound. But same can't be said for the Executors, as Sneak is going to be picked off. 3 players still alive, looking to cross, but they are in the crosshairs of ASG. Pegasus. Oh my goodness, that Bison was down on the 30 rounds, but towards the military bridge, ladies and gentlemen, in the lighthouse, in fact, right outside, we have 5 Filter Esports taking a fight of their own against the players of Genesis, and they need to be extremely careful because in the close vicinity, you have Lucknow Giants, you have BurnX Official, and you also have the players of Megastars Gaming.
Yeah, and it seems like 5 Filter Esports, they've kind of banked all their eggs on that one target in trying to get those finish points on board. Genesis still trying to tackle the situation, especially by taking down Lucknow Giants. Shots were fired, but not a lot of damage being done on the opposition. But it seems like 5 Filter Esports and majority of these teams, they're going to hold this position for a while. The blue zone is starting to shrink, and I'm not really sure if this is a good idea. These teams should have actually crossed over way too early.
They just ended up ruining this rotation for each other by staying back, but let's see, Hero with a shotgun, the Hero play coming in action, takes one down, but from the flank it was Dawn who finds the trade, but Genesis, they have an opportunity to recover. It is Dawn versus Doom, and Doom just falls down, I believe. Who took him out? I mean, someone connected shots. It was BurnX Official who ended up getting that pick.
In BurnX Official, like we said, right, there are multiple teams in this vicinity, and it's extremely dicey to take those compound rushes. And seems like Team Genesis in that situation did not really have the best of action plans, but right now BurnX Official starting to approach. They have leapfrogged their way from 5 Filter, but once again, you cannot show your backs towards the opposition. They were being punished, and they were being punished hard.
Yeah, Milan knocked out Ernie in the line of fire. Arch taking that spray, but unfortunately for him, he fails to connect. 5 Filter Esports, one thing they have going for them is the fact that all 4 of the players from the entire team are alive. And Aman, he's looking to do something cheeky. We saw him on that bridge looking at that dump truck, but wasn't really getting in. In the meanwhile, Fly Esports, look at them. Now, their game is completely ruined. They went for a water rotation extremely late. The boat got blown up by the players of GS, and now Godbot is just looking to see if he can pick up all of those points for himself. In the meanwhile, oh, Ernie, the man is so lucky.
He definitely is lucky for now. Lucknow Giants I mean, this is such a messy situation right now, Johnny, because none of these teams have been able to kind of cross over. We were talking about it once again. Arshgod up against Ghosty. The HP bar on Arshgod was so low. It is the blue zone, of course, who did the dirty work, and now Ghosty needs to heal himself up, patch himself up as quickly as possible. And amidst all of this chaos, the team who kind of suffered the most was Team Megastars, because they could
look
never...
at Rage God go. There he goes. Just got out of the vehicle, not enough time to put on the first aid, and not enough time for Prajwal to reset as well. Takes down one from the side of Megastars. The second falls as well. Prajwal connecting a brilliant spray, but Lucknow Giants, they're down in the ditch on the verge of the exit as well. Legit, he's going to move up to the high ground. Black's looking to close in on his position, and Prajwal, his mind is going to be completely focused on how to take down the players from the side of Megastars Gaming and help his team survive, but unfortunately, wait, what just happened? Did he clutch it out?
Yeah.
Legit went down, and so did Blacks.
Yeah, he actually managed to clutch it out, but now he has no healing utility for himself. Just that one painkiller and those 5 energy drinks, that is all that he has, and of course the bandages, but it's not going to be enough. On the other side, in the instant replay, of course, we can witness Fly Esports just getting taken down. This is one of the reasons why we say this is such a risky move to take those water rotations. The boats are so vulnerable to getting taken down in explosion, but this was one hell of a bridge block from Lucknow Giants.
No one survived that unscathed. Lucknow Giants lost their players. Megastars got wiped out. 5Filter Esports, they lost 2 of their men while trying to cross that bridge. But Executors about to be executed themselves. Hybrid is going to be the last man left alive. And it seems like leader from the side of Hindustan Gaming sees him and runs him over with the coup. I think the man deserves a few extra style points for that.
I mean, that was way too easy. His opposition, I wonder what they were doing in that situation. No shots being fired, no movement whatsoever. Had to be a little more athletic when it actually came to evading those vehicles. He wasn't even fast enough. But on the other side, let's just witness this action. You've got Hindustan Gaming, and right now growing strong, having finished off Fly Esports, are starting to focus to progress inwards. And their movement has been blocked by Hindustan Gaming. This is their first opportunity to kind of make it strike.
Sparky Eye knows exactly where the opposition is. Shots fired. But Hindustan Gaming, again, I mean, Hindustan Gaming, they needed that reset moment after finishing off the players of Executors, and that is what they were looking forward to. And I think that is one of the reasons that they aren't committing towards, at least in this fight against the players of GS. But GS, we know, they don't let anyone go. Especially, oh my god, MJ on that flank. If he gets caught off guard, it is going to be over for the side of Hindustan Gaming.
And I think they have an idea about it. Eclipse always checking those flanks.
Yeah.
For growing strong, not letting anyone pass by and scoot underneath their noses. Seems like Growing Strong have done a good job securing their edge lines for themselves. First, they finished off Fly Esports. They kind of took down the invaders, and now having secured that shoreline for themselves, now they are starting to focus on towards the center of the circle. They had a little bit of a collision against Hindustan Gaming, but they've shooed them away. So now they've got so much space to move out. Look at how much the zone is favoring them.
This game might be the match that all the big names were looking for. We have Growing Strong towards that southeastern edge of the circle. You have OST closing in from up north. Claw towards the northwestern side as well. These teams, we had massive expectations from them, especially the lads from the side of OST. This week, not really going their way. And Devotee, the star player from the side of OST, getting dropped. This can cause a lot of pain for them in the later stages. He gets finished off now. OST surviving with 3 players. Outcast moving in, or at least trying his level best to move in towards the circle. And of course, one more thing to mention, they are playing a 2-1 split.
Yeah, they are playing
at this
that
point.
2-1 split. One player just outside the circle, barely outside. In fact, Adi, is what I'm talking about. Then, of course, you've got Outcast and Hitler together. Does not really seem like the ideal setup, especially when you've got players from Vintage, you've got players from Claw right in between you, and you've lost one of your main players, Devotee, in the process. It seems like OSD have to make one of those big moves, but on the other side, we have something else brewing up. Team ASG are looking to gatekeep the likes of Hindustan Gaming, but heck that, it is the gates that are being broken down. Hindustan Gaming, the first explosion strikes.
Oh, and the next nade from Avi, it's going to be in the wrong direction, but Pegasus has been spotted out. Leader, has he got something going on in his head? 2 finishes, both with the cars. No weapons used finally is going to be forced to take that gun out, but before he can do anything, he's going to be knocked out. Avian leader getting dropped might spell a lot of trouble. In fact, big trouble for the players of Hindustan Gaming. MJ, though, focused on the players of GS. Godbot caught under heavy fire, but managed to survive.
I mean, growing strong, they still have the little pocket of space to work around with. But what are these players doing out in the open? Trying to take some massive risks out there, and MJ is prowling in those grasses. He definitely is not carrying a sniper rifle, but man is working like a sniper himself. Just hidden away from the lines of sight, but striking when it actually matters.
I like how the players of GS have decided, alright, we'll risk it all. We'll juggle the damage. I take one clip, you take one clip, we gamble whoever survives. It's like Russian roulette, where instead of the weapon being in your hand, you have just given it to someone else, told him to stay 200 meters away and try and shoot you down.
It seems like they've managed to survive.
Yeah.
And also inside the circle, pardon you for that, this is amazing from Growing Strong. Like I said, the underdogs standing at the foothills of greatness. Claw Esports, of course, inside of the smoke, prowling to find some space for themselves. It seems like they've managed to create it, just move out OST, but Bloodshot will be taken down. It's an artillery warfare that is broken out.
And in this one, it seems like OST, they have the upper hand, but with the amount of nades that they've lobbed towards the opposition, one of the lads is running extremely low. Outcast from the side of OST. No utility left on him. He's going to need a few from his teammate in the back lines, as Hitler is going to try and deal with the pressure from the side of MG. They are looking to close in as well. It is too much for two men to be able to pull off all by themselves. OST, they need to be careful, especially both these players dropped so low in terms of HP. One nade between them, and this team is getting wiped out.
Johnny, it seems like this is the power of brotherhood in that one. Team OST just trying to stand atop over the forces of two different teams. And they've managed to shoo away MG Esports. On the other side, Team Hydra moving towards the smack center of the circle. But will they be able to control it is the big question, of course. Having spotted Team Claw, sprays coming in from Sparsh, but not really a lot of bullets. He has to manage his utility and his resources. Team Hydra running out of ammunition, Johnny.
And it's not just one, it's multiple players from their side, but still an incredible moment from the side of Hydra Esports, because we saw them lose one of their players as soon as the game began, and yet they are here in the top 4. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, as 5Filter Esports are eliminated from the game along with Claw, and now it is down to these 4 teams. You have the players from the side of MG. Growing Strong is still present in this match along with OST, and of course Hydra. We've been talking about them all this time, but I think their job, their time in this match might be coming to an end, as Eclipse is going to kick things off. Sparsh is going to be knocked and finished off by the players of GS.
Growing Strong, they are marching towards their victory for themselves. It's Godbot, it's Eclipse and Sparky. They certainly are making it count. Yesterday was not really phenomenal from their side, but today they want to make amends. And slowly and steadily, how beautifully they have progressed and made space for themselves inside the circle. Pushed back MG, pushed back Hydra as well. And now it's all about time before they actually confirm the inevitable.
It's not going to be easy though. GS desperate for that win, desperate for the point. Looking to recover the momentum that they lost from that first opening week, but still playing with the numbers advantage. Players circling each other around. Look at that, everyone's prone down, chests on the floor. Pari and Sham from the side of MG. Smokes being lobbed means you have given an indication to the opposition as to where you can be, or at least where you're going to try to hide. OST in the meanwhile, look at them using that vehicle. Hitler taking a little bit of a risk, getting up and trying to run behind that tree, but it's not going to be spotted out.
I like the risk potential from OST. I like the fact that they are daring to make those moves. Hitler going on the flank, trying to create a different angle for himself, hoping to catch Team GS off guard, and he might just be able to do so. But the topography is at a massive disadvantage. Growing Strong, they have the higher ground, and they have so much information to work with. Dora OP just barely managing to survive because of that cliff. It will be hard to connect those utility and the nades. But it seems like Dora on the other side will be able to land them perfectly.
Exactly. I mean, he's sitting at a very awkward angle right now, and you're gonna have to go with a very weird arc for that nade to be loud, but this one will be quite close to Sparky. And it's like stepping on top of a landmine. Sparky is going to be dropped to the floor. Duora looking for that finish point. Does see the other lad as well. Switches over to the BMPS. That's the second knock secured by this man from the side of Hydra. One last player remaining from the side of Growing Strong, and even he is going to be spotted out. Godbok looking to make that hero play. Takes a shot to the chest. The second one. Duora, final clutch from this man. Pulls off a 3K. 10 points for the side of Hydra.
Absolutely, the Dragons are spewing fire from their noses, of course. It's Dora OP who is roaring for himself, and it seems like he is not forgiving anyone. It's OST as well who is under his firing lines, and this man is charging on top of everyone else. It seems to be like he's a road roller at this point. But the job is far from being done. Adrenaline running through his veins, and this man has accuracy, precise. He's magnificent. He's a gleaming machine, and he's marching towards victory.
He is marching towards victory and taking down anyone who stands in his way, having brought down an unfavorable fight into a 1v1v1. Now this game can go either way for all three of these teams. Look at these players. But Duora is going to be spotted out by Hitler, who's going to take damage from the blue zone. Pari, he's going to sit at a massive advantage. His position not compromised, his information not compromised, and he will have vision of Hitler. But Duora taking down Hitler. That is the fifth person he has taken down in this endgame. And finally, 1v1. It is time to settle their differences. Pari hiding behind the tree. Duora has seen the pixel of the elbow, knows exactly where Pari is. But Pari will have the advantage of re-aiming the position. And it is going to Duora clutching out a 1v6 basically. What a play!
This is absolutely insane. I had no clue. I had absolutely no clue that Dora had the capacity to pull it off. This is outrageous. This is insanity. But this is delightful. One of the cream players from atop. He has made history for himself. What a day, what a way to start the day, ladies and gentlemen. I am ecstatic at this point because I did not expect to witness it right at the very first game of the day, Johnny.
Here's the
let
thing.
me catch a breathe.
You need a lesson in mythology if you fail to fathom how big of a threat Hydra can be, right? Hydras were believed to be invincible creatures of the sea. Absolutely monstrous. And this man lives up to that name. Takes down 6 players, 3 from the side of GS, 2 from another team, and then last man from the side of OST. Absolutely phenomenal.
It is phenomenal, right? I mean, to say the least, at 1v3 against Growing Strong was special enough.
That was a 1v6, by the way, not just a 1v3. He took down 6 players in a row.
Exactly, right? And that just goes to show this man had so much calmness. Like I said, he had nerves of steel at this point. And isolating those players one by one and eliminating them, he took down the role of Hitler at that particular point.
Can I be honest for a second? He got very lucky in that last aim battle against Pari because both of them were aiming right on each other's head. It was just about the fact who started shooting first.
Yeah, he was coursing on adrenaline at that point, of course. But Dora OP definitely has put up a play in front of us, which is going to shut us up, ladies and gentlemen, which is going to make us watch and stare. But of course, there is something else which is going to make you sit down and stare at its awesomeness as well. It is Bolti Band, which is coming to your screens very, very soon.
BGMI, it's not an easy game.
Hi guys.
Chico! Mummy? गाड़ी लेकर आ गया और वो भी बाइक. हाँ? इधर क्या भेलपूरी चाटपूरी खाने को जा रहे क्या रे?
वैसे तूने गेम तो प्रैक्टिस किया है ना?
वो ना स्टोरेज फुल हो गया है.
BGMI, it's not just a game, it's an emotion. तुम लोग गिट गुट कर करके चैंप्स बन गए और मैं नुबड़ा का नुबड़ा ही रह गया ना.
Well. That was Bolty Bun, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, it is going to be coming down to your screens very soon on YouTube. So, for those notifications, you know where to head up to. You just go out on Craft India Esports and their socials, follow them up. You are going to get every single update, especially when this masterpiece is coming out. And, of course, like it said, it is coming very soon. But for now, of
Yes.
course, let's just once again sum up everything that we just have witnessed. Growing Strong were en route towards their victory. But it
Yes.
seems like the Iron Man stood up and he's like, all right, fine. I'm going to take those Infinity Stones away from Thanos. I'm going to make it flip.
You're the one who called GS winning inevitable, by the way.
I am a man based on stats, and I was putting my analytical foot forward. But it seems like Dora OP, like I said, he had other plans, man. He had something which he's like pulled a rabbit out of the hat, and he completely broke all plans.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to look at the recap of this match, and I will focus on that final fight because Dora OP, the man, had just one thing going for him. And that one thing was that the angle of the cliff he was sitting on was very awkward for the players of GS to deal with. But still, the players from the side of OST actually had the line of fire. They saw him stand up as well. That resistance, that hesitation of trying to shoot towards your opponent is what got them in a very troublesome position.
Yeah.
And also, I mean, if you have numbers, why are you charging at him one after the other? Go all together. It's just one man.
I think the only problem for Growing Strong in that one was they thought that one man is going to be enough to actually deal with him, and then one fell, the other fell as well, and then there was Godbot. And also the fact that they were at a higher territory, right? Every time standing up and charging towards Dora OP all by themselves could actually put them at a risk. But on the other side, Hydra Esports, it seems like this team has definitely taken up something special right now.
Oh, for sure. They have taken upon the mantle of... again, regaining their confidence from week 1, and GS as well. I mean, nothing taken away from GS. This was a phenomenal game played by them as well, finishing in the top 4. And I believe they have a lot of finishes on the board. It wasn't easy to pull off, especially considering that they were out in the open for a long time. So kudos to them for securing these points, and it will be very interesting to see two of the best performing teams from week 1 make a comeback in the last week right before we head towards the finals.
Absolutely. I think it is will be a little unfortunate to say that Growing Strong weren't really at their very best. They also tried pretty hard to gain that much control in their final circle. But now look at this, Dora OP. So much information that he had about the positioning. That one shot that clipped his helmet. I think that was the final nail in the coffin. And it's unfortunate, but you can't really do anything about it.
It was like a few pixels towards the left, and then there was a small readjustment, ladies and gentlemen. The micro adjustment that you make with your gyroscope for the people who play with gyro, I believe, which is like quite a lot of folks playing at home, or just moving the crosshair ever so slightly, and he over-adjusted. That last shot was on the tree, but while controlling this play, it was just one of the bullets that connected on his head, and Pari was just done.
Yeah, I mean, always, right, luck always favors the brave, and it seems like Dora OP certainly was so brave in this situation because I don't remember him having a lot of finishes before that final moment.
He had 0.
He had 0, right? But from that point on, he just took up the mantle. And if you also want to actually pull off some sort of heroics in your games, and of course want your friends to brag about you, you need to equip something special. You need to equip the special Fool's Blessing, because once a legend said, better than 2 arms, it's 4. And Fool's Blessing give you those 2 extra arms.
Yeah, you can be 4 arms after that, I guess. But I mean, you would definitely like that. We know Salty struggles with his aim and is going to prefer to be his own teammate, basically have 2 devices in your own squad.
What do you become, Diamond Head?
Yeah.
Okay,
That's gonna be
fine.
me.
What does Fixes become? Grey Matter?
Yeah, he's the guy with all the brains.
Yeah.
He's the smartest amongst
Yeah.
us all. So yeah, we're going to make him the brainiac of the bunch.
Alright, fine. Let me just bring my Omnitrix and just transform pretty soon. But for now, I think we'll do that off broadcast. For now, we have to discuss exactly what happened right from the start of the game. Once again, we saw that entire commotion on towards the military base bridge, on towards the Novorupnoi bridge. I think majority of the teams kind of suffered the brunt of the circle.
Yes.
And the teams who kind of rotated early, they actually fared really well. Talk about Hindustan Gaming.
Exactly. I mean, every single team that crossed over early was there in the final few fights. I mean, OST was one of those rare names who showed up late, because including Hydra, GS, Hindustan Gaming, everyone crossed off early. You remember how surprised I was when I saw GS already in the military base in stage 1 itself. I never thought they would be one of those teams that would just cross instinctively. But it worked out, right? Because up until stage 3, teams were still skeptical. Like, all right, there might be a northern shift coming up. There might be a northern shift coming up. But when stage 3 hit and you just had the shoreline of the main island present in that zone, everyone knew, all right, now it's too late. We're going to have to scramble for a fight over the bridge. And that is why we saw 4 different teams getting wiped out. 3 on that military bridge and 1 towards the Novorepnoy bridge.
Exactly, and it seems like the teams who had their approach set right, they followed their game plan right along. Lucknow Giants, Stellar Titans, Burnings Official, Five Filter Esports, all of these teams on towards that military base bridge, right? They kind of got caught in a very crossfire situation, a very messy situation, and it kind of, nobody was able to come out of it. I think it was those micro decisions which they took, right? Possibly could have taken the waterways maybe to escape the situation.
I mean, it seems like a bright idea, but see, if someone is watching you and he sees you take a swan dive, he also will know exactly where he needs to shoot. And if it's a person like me or anyone else, right, they're going to start shooting the moment you're in the air, because that time you can't even move around. So you're going to take damage, you're going to get knocked out before the water even touches your feet. So it is extremely risky to take that water rotation extremely late. We did see one team get punished because of that. It was Fly Esports, who were caught and destroyed, annihilated in that water body by the players of GS. But talking about that military bridge fight, I loved how Prajwal was able to handle that pressure, right? He had 2 different teams to deal with. Five Filter Esports in the front and Megastars coming in from the rear. He took down 2 players from the side of Five Filter Esports, realizes they are not a threat to me anymore. Even though the players are knocked out, he does not see anyone around him, takes a gamble that, all right, maybe the other 2 players have crossed over and they're going to be a little bit far away. That was a gamble that he took, just a calculated risk. Turns around, starts taking down the players of Megastars Gaming, and over there as well he got lucky that Legit, who tried to climb up towards that lighthouse to gain an off angle to take down Prajwal, was taken down by the blue zone itself. So he just had to finish off Blacks, which he did.
Absolutely. I mean, Prajwal was amazing, but so was Dora OP as well. And it seems like in this game, Dora OP is going to outshine everyone else, because why not? What a historic moment it was. Look at this DBS shot to follow it up. The first knock came in from the nade, the second one from the DBS. And when he had it already in his bag, I knew Godbot wouldn't be able to do anything in that situation.
Riddle me this though, Salty, right? If you, me and Fixes, 3 of us are there in a game, and 2 of us, me and Fixes, let's assume me and Fixes get picked off by a single player. Will you also push that same guy, knowing he's already destroyed almost all of your team? Now it's just you remaining. You're going to try and play safe, right?
No, for me, brotherhood stands atop. I am going to come
no wonder
for
we
my
never
brothers.
win.
Hey man, come on, sometimes you've got to look beyond chicken dinners. You guys are my brothers.
I mean, but I like how OST tried to play it out, especially Hitler, because he prioritized his own safety. He took a gamble as well. Like, alright, I'll try and stay back. The reason he was at a disadvantage was that extra bit of blue zone damage. I don't know how he miscalculated. Like, alright, I need to move in a few meters more to be a little bit more safe. Unfortunately, was spotted out as soon as he got up and was picked up. But this was one of my favorite moments right after Dwara and his clutch. And look at the top 5 players. I mean, 11 eliminations. Sparsh OP from the side of Hydra was also incredible. We did not talk about him enough just because he got his eliminations in the early stages of the game. But this man is also responsible for putting Hydra at the top.
Absolutely. Even Godbot, as a matter of fact, I think continues to perform every single game and growing strong, have had a good run. But let's just have a look at the point standings. Hydra Esports atop everyone else. They are sitting at a comfortable 28 points, 13 finishes and 15 position points, ladies and gentlemen. And then you've got Team MG, you've got Team Growing Strong, and you've got Team OST as well following up very closely. You've got 16, 14, 13 and 11 from these teams. But it seems like majority of those finishes are stacked up at the very top.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the teams at the top were able to do quite well. Look at Five Filter, Hindustan Gaming, Lucknow Giants, 5 eliminations on these teams. Now, Lucknow Giants and Five Filter Esports, again, we know where they got those numbers from. That military fight where it was a scramble from everyone and anyone who could see a body knocked out on the floor and were looking to secure that point for their own team. But as we move on to the next page, now this is where things get a little bit more interesting, because a few big names are present and not in a position where you would expect them. Talk about Genesis sitting on that 16th position with 0 points to their name.
Exactly right. And this was the course of action that we possibly talked about, right? If you aren't able to kind of manipulate or dictate the early game action, you will kind of suffer in the late game. And Genesis, they were taken down by the early game action once
Yeah.
again. It was sort of unfortunate that players were being picked off mid rotation as well. And I think this is one of the reasons why teams will have to have a very different plan of action for week 3, because week 3 the gameplay is completely different.
The gameplay is it is different. It is exciting. It is ecstatic, as you mentioned. Very unpredictable. Because when would you expect a single man to destroy 6 players from 3 different teams and walk away, steal the chicken away from everyone? Now this is what the players have brought it down towards. You either outperform everyone or you go down without anything.
Absolutely, but actually going atop, it seems like the second game is also about to begin. The progression inside of day 2 is gonna continue, ladies and gentlemen, and Miramar is our next destination. For now, of course, we've got Group 5 and Group 6 who will be duking it out, and it's gonna be so exciting because some big names, some top dogs get involved into the race once again. Let me introduce you to Team Insane Esports. You've got Team Entity as well. You've got Team 7 Habits. You've got Team Autobots. Metal Esports involved in the mix of things. Galaxy as well. Native Officials. I can't stop naming them, but another man who I have to give a special introduction. He's dressed in beautiful pink today. Mr. Fixes, you are looking dashing.
Thank you so much. I mean, coming from you, I take it as a compliment. Of course, we both love pink and we know
Yeah.
that, right?
Yeah.
But what
Yes.
on
Yes.
earth did we just
Yes.
witness? Has to go down to be the best play in the BMPS so far.
Absolutely. I think there is nothing that beats
Yeah.
that. Not just the BMPS fixes. I think if you look at recent times, I have never seen a finish like that. There were 8 players inside the circle. If not 8, I think 6 or 7 players inside the final circle. Everyone was taken down by Dora OP. Man just turned animal recently.
I think the closest we have gone is to that X-Park's Spray Gods clutch
Yes.
in the barn house.
Yes.
That's it. But this one beats that by miles.
Exactly, because in that situation you had Dreams for support
Yeah.
and those cover 5 for sure. Spray God got all those finishes, but the little cover 5 that he's providing, that also helps. The utility that Spray God had also helps. I think this one was just individual brilliance at its absolute peak.
Indeed, it was. And, Hydra officials, they needed this, especially coming from yesterday when they did not have the best of the starts. They wanted to go off early. And, these points are going to be quite crucial for them to
Yeah.
be climbing up, especially for where they are a little bit comfortable. But what I'm really worried is for Genesis. I think they started off around 20 plus into week number 3 and 2 games played. Just, I think, 1 point is what they've collected for themselves.
Yeah, exactly right. 1 point yesterday and today, of course, they got some amount of points, the 10 plus points that they had acquired from this particular game itself. That is going to help them a little bit. But I think to restructure their position on inside the top 16, which we thought they would, right? Being inside the top 16, progressing to the grand finals, that was the plan of action for Genesis. But it seems like they're slowly trickling downwards. And the conversation that me and Johnny were having, that the game plan for week 3, it seems like that has a little bit of a question mark in there because they haven't been able to manage the early game aggression that is coming towards them.
And not just that, I think we're kind of impressed with how Team OST also performed, considering the fact they just played 1 game yesterday. It was a bad Sanok for them. They
Yeah.
forgot that. And today, it was a really good circle, dropping down at military base, helping things out for them. I loved how they rotated, but eventually they kind of succumbed. And it is those moments, one of those days where you feel every single thing that you touch turns into gold. But coming back to this particular game in hand, we've got the best team in the lobby, that is Team Insane. We've got the second best team in the lobby, that is Team Insane. They are going to be locking horns.
Yes, absolutely. It's going to be phenomenal. I am so excited to watch Gamla Boy back in action once again because
Yeah.
yesterday he also had his individual moment of brilliance, that heal battle that got Team Entity a chicken dinner. I'm hoping that somewhat of a similar situation arises once again, but I'm also hoping to see somewhat of a team effort coming in from Entity as well, because at one point it does feel like, yes, Gamla Boy has been kind of shooting way beyond the others, but I wonder if Team Entity, if all all the players come at his level and they play in tandem with each other, what kind of destruction Team Entity is capable of?
It can happen. And if you talk about Team Entity, they've got that firepower in, especially with Troy back into the team. I think they're doing quite good.
Yeah.
But a little bit of a fact over here. Team Insane, we saw them getting a chicken dinner in Sanhok. They did manage to get the final Erangel chicken dinner.
Yeah.
Now what time it is?
It is the time for Miramar. I hope they actually have a hat trick. But have we ever had a hat trick in BMPS? Let me just remind myself. I don't think we've had a hat trick so far
Not
in this
yet.
tournament. Team Insane have done this twice, by the way. They stood at a hat trick once before, right in the very first day of BMPS. Let's just find out if the hat trick is on, ladies and gentlemen, as we fly on top of Miramar. But look at this flight path. This is extraordinary fixes. Once again, we have something very, very exciting leaning towards the south of this entire map itself. It starts off from that right-hand side of Impala and ends towards Minas Tel Sur. What do you have to say about this?
I think this is one of those maps where we can actually talk about the flight path trajectory, because now a lot of the teams are going to be thrown off. For Insane, we've seen them dropping down at Los Higos. That's okay. But Team Entity, I'm constantly bringing this up because there is a little bit of a rivalry between them.
Yeah.
Because there was a time they used to both drop down on El Pozo. Then Team Insane went their ways. They dropped down over here. They changed the drop locations. They're looking good. But for the others, you've also got Team Metal, who
Yes.
not really had the best of the start. Same goes with Seven, Habit, and Autobots. I think they're sitting at a comfortable spot, Salty. They were at the 6th position by the starting of week number 3.
Yeah.
But seems like they've taken quite a little bit of a fall.
They definitely have taken a fall, and it seems like their position will be contested, especially from the group red teams, of course, who will come chasing them, as we witness majority of these teams take a deep dive onto the map itself. So far, there will be early clusters, but I wonder how they are going to disperse, of course. But look
Oh
at
my
the circle once again. What is up with the flight paths and the circles today, ladies and gentlemen? This is going to be exciting. Fixers, let me tell you, this is one of my favorite circles because I absolutely love the southern shoreline and its terrain of Miramar. It's so confusing, it's so dicey, and it's very, very hard to play. And especially from a neutral perspective, I think that just brings out the flavors of the game.
Who doesn't, Salty? We all do, right? And considering the fact you do not have your black jacket on you, you still have a little bit of a trail going on there. But again, this is one of the circles that a lot of teams are not familiar with, but we do have a drop clash. It is going to be Team T7S taking on Team Insane.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Team T7S, the only problem is it seems like they are lacking in that manpower, just being completely sandwiched between the players of Team Insane right now. Hellboy and his partner in crime, Naruto, will have a massive job in action. And it seems like the throwables could have actually been a game changer for now, but Team T7S haven't really found any.
Holding on, I think you've got Team Galaxy getting a couple of finishes there, but coming back to this particular fight, right? Team Insane, this is one of those teams, they have been the best in the lobby so far in the BMPS. They go on to become one of the most dominant teams. They have solidified the fact. But if you see in the far off fray, you've got Adi over there, who's got a little bit of a slight angle, but does not have the best of weaponry. Armed on that range, I better hope he does have a scope along, but we've got Hub picking up a fight against the players of Galaxy, and we've got trades happening from both the sides.
Yeah, now this is going to be very, very difficult to actually contain for Galaxy Esports, to be honest, because for them, this was such a high-stakes affair. They really wanted to actually have a good game on Miramar to solidify their positioning. We were talking
Oh my
about
God,
how
no.
beautiful the journey was, and now here, have a look at this, Nova 21. He understands the other team's intentions, and he wants to crush them. That was a statement from Galaxy Esports.
There it is. The white flag torn off and thrown. He wages war right now.
Yeah.
Team Galaxy, this is one of those teams I think has certainly come up to become a really good one, especially in BMPS, the way they've been performing. Yesterday we also saw them do quite decent. That one map of Sanhok where Rio went berserk. But for now, Adi seems to have gotten the better of his flank angle, has got Shivam right underneath where he wants him to be. But Shivam seems to have healed a little bit, and that kind of spoils things up. But not for Jazzy. Gets a beautiful knock at a finish and could get the second one as well. He's just lying in wait, finally gets the job done. Dishes a massive amount of damage, but somehow the other player survives.
It's just supremacy in terms of mechanical skills. Jazzy was just better on that weapon, and now he's actually joined forces with Dark Lord, progressing forward. It seems like it should not really be a tough job, but Jazzy has been brought down extremely low. Team T7S still hell-bent on bringing Team Insane down. The first player has been knocked out. The damage is done already, and it seems like the House of Gods, it's tumbling. Shots once again connect. Team T7S, they've done a very good job, but from the other side, it's Jazzy who's still holding the mantle for this team.
Indeed he is, as Hellboy also pushing on through, and it is, I guess, the final player, maybe from Team Insane, because it has to be Adi. Still Jazzy holding on inside this little window, but how long can he delay them? As Y19, he is on him at this current situation. Adi really needs to make a comeback, and indeed he does, but has been spotted.
He has been spotted for sure, but it's a 1v1. Y19 versus Jazzy has been brought up himself as well, and now it's done. It's just one player from Hellboy who is still standing. Not really a lot of HP on this man. He's going to get taken down as well. Shivam, will he be able to do the magic which Dora did? Not really. Team Insane, they're going to wipe the floor with the opposition. But you've got to give credit to what Jazzy pulled off.
Indeed. I mean, the entire credit goes to Jazzy, undoubtedly, because Adi was way far from the pack and he had to buy all that time. But look at Jazzy. But it's not just about Jazzy, it's also about Dark Lord and Hirsch trying to put their bodies on the line. Jazzy getting all those trades. I think this is what a complete team looks like. And look at how clean this fight was also for them. They did not suffer a single casualty. They dropped down on Lost Egos, managed to gain the control of this area. Now they're going to loot this place, and then they're going to head off inside the circle. And Team Insane, words fall short of how brilliant they've been in this tournament.
Absolutely. It seems like they've just outshined the competition beyond everyone else. Team Clue, even they have had a very ruthless start for themselves, taking down players with their vehicles themselves. And then this was the fight, ladies and gentlemen. Jazzy, the micro movements, the way he actually found his space through corridors was so brilliant, was so good to watch. It seems like you're watching a chess game in action, an orchestra in play.
Yeah, I mean, a chess play definitely was over there. You kind of felt a little bit of that Magnuson vibes coming in.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think Team Insane played really well. But props to Y19 also. I think he did a pretty good job over there, considering he was the only one fragging for his team. Really felt for a moment that he could have maybe gotten a little greedy, gone for a few finishes over there, but they did not overextend. But as a matter of fact, taking a look at this circle, we kind of like where Hyderabad Hydras are positioned, almost contesting for the center. Same goes for Autobots. Both these teams are vying for that one hilltop area. But when you talk about Los Leones, we've got the players of Nadex officials who've not had the best of starts in week number 3.
Absolutely. I think they were scrambling for points, and currently Los Leones, I think, will be a good city for them to start off with, because it is one massive city, can house multiple teams, and it seems like they possess no threat against Team RPS as well as Team RGE. So it's going to be interesting to find out if Nate officials, they are going to hold on to their position for long. But one thing is for certain, possibly for the first time, Team Insane will not have a rush of getting onto that mainland, so they can stay in that Los Egos Island for a while, isn't it?
I'm starting to get a little worried if they're actually aware of RTG's positions, because on the map you can see they've got control over that bridge. Now, if somebody decides, I think Adi's the one who's leading the pack. If he goes ahead and tries to cross that, I think he's going to meet his maker. So they have to be a little careful. They do have another option though. They can take the other bridge through Minas del Sur. So if they do that, that could work out in the favor, but it will be a little bit of a longer rotation. But coming back to the other team, Salty, we have to talk about the storyline that goes on.
Yeah.
Is Team Entity, right?
Yeah.
Team Entity did not have the best of the weeks in the... in fact, they started off well. Week 2 did not go the way like they wanted, but week number 3, they're at the second spot. And this week is quite crucial for them because, hey, let's be honest, Team Insane, I think they've already qualified.
They certainly have qualified, and the best contending team from this group, of course, will be Entity so far. And it seems like they've sort of had no issues with consistency. They have consistently backed those points every single time. It's just about getting those finish numbers on board as well, Fixes.
And innate, you can see one thing, they're still at El Pozo. They're taking their sweet time. They're going to make a
Yeah.
late rotation. Means that they've got their contingency plan activated. They're collecting all the first hits that they can. We've seen that Kamla boy, he's been on that flex role. So this is where Team Entity, they're kind of feeling the pressure, but they know they've got a way around it. Why not use it?
Absolutely, but I mean, speaking of the circle, it has moved far away from them, so it will be a very long rotation, but nothing really to be worried about because they've got the Montenuevo Highway for themselves. So once they reach that checkpoint, I think the journey ahead is going to be rather simple, but only one trouble lies ahead. That is going to be Medal Esports. If Medal Esports do decide to have a mid-rotation pit stop, I think there can be that interception of rotations happening between Entity and Medal. But once again, bring the conversation back to the circle. A massive chunk of it being in the water bodies. I kind of am very worried about this because you talk about so much space, almost 40% of the circle being in the waters, then take into consideration the terrain of the southern shorelines. You know there isn't really a lot of landmass for these players to play around with.
I like where you're actually going, right?
Yeah.
Hoping for a little bit of that water bodies in there. And why not? We would love to have ourselves on the beaches because it's winters and yeah, basking in the sun. We all love that. But barring Entity, we've got a few more teams. I think it's Team Galaxy. They've had a really good start into this game, and they've been doing fairly decent. But this is where Team Insane, they've realized what was waiting for them, and it is RTG Arose in a really nice position as Ethic. I think he's got the player spins it down and opens up with a knock.
I wonder what RTG is prepared. They have certainly got themselves the first knock, but it seems like a Rose who wants to actually confirm it. Adi has a massive job in hand right now in stopping the ambush while the rest of the players do follow up. It's a constant pressure which is being applied, and everything that has been thrown their way, Team Insane, they are being burned down to a crisp. This was a bridge block and a half, and Team Insane had no clue about it. They were stopped dead on their tracks, Fixes.
I think this is one of those moments where they need to understand you need to cut on your losses, retreat. There's no chance on earth that you can save Adi and take the other bridge around. At least try and get those survival points because, you know, we were hoping to get to see that hat-trick coming out from them.
Oh my goodness, what is Team RTG up to? Tokia from the other side of the bridge, they have sandwiched Team Insane right in between. This is a chokehold and a half.
Oh
This
my God.
bear grip, this is going to make Team Insane choke on their own breath. This is not nice, to be honest. Tokia is going to open fire. Shots being laid upon. It seems like Team Insane managed to survive. The vehicle explodes from Sisu shots. And now it's just one player who's still standing. Team RTG have found a deadlock for themselves.
Yeah, Team Insane stuck between a rock and a hard place. Nowhere to run, nowhere to
Wow.
go. As they meet their makers as RTG getting those big brain plays there. And this is something that we were worried about. We were talking about it as RTG knew exactly what to do to terminate a team like Insane. And they've done that in style.
This certainly is one hell of a way to finish off Team Insane. They were one of the best in the competition, but RTG had the perfect game plan to stop them. But now look at this, they've got Autobots who are inviting them over on towards the mainland. And finally, it's time to switch sides because now RTG is the one who has to make the cross. And Autobots are welcoming them with open arms.
For Autobots, I think they were kind of aware. In fact, the players of Team Insane certainly were. But Team Medal, now this is something where Team Entity's worst fears have come alive. Medal did in fact take that pit stop. Did take a couple of pot shots, but nothing really connecting. As Team Entity, they will be whizzing past. But the bigger concern over here is the moment they enter inside the circle, you've got a lot of other teams. I believe they might have heard the commotion.
They certainly have heard the commotion, of course, and majority of the teams on towards the southern part of Los Leones, just refraining from the shorelines. But now have a look at this, 7 habits. It seems like from the X-ray, it kind of felt they're very close, and indeed they are very close. It's fast and furious action, ladies and gentlemen, coming straight from the lands of Miramar. Even Reckoning Esports are right on top. Immortal not taking shots. This is very surprising. I wonder if Entity are aware of their positioning.
I think they are. They realize the kind of a situation they've gotten themselves into. But hold on, we've got another fight happening in front of us. It is going to be Team RPS who have tucked their tails and decided to to scoot away from here as Raftar and Team Galaxy, indeed they've lost out on OP, but managing to get a couple of finishes. It is a good start, that's all what we can say. But you know what, considering how we look at this particular circle, Salty, I have this little feeling in my head that says that it kind of will bend towards the southeastern hills. And bear in mind, not a single team has control over that.
Absolutely nobody has utter control over it. And even Autobots, as a matter of fact, they have kind of given up on that fight against RTG, moved away. But Team Rippers in some trouble right now because there is some sort of a trifecta happening. You've got Team Native Officials on top, you've got Team Galaxy Esports as well, and of course in the sidelines you've got Metal Wings. And now look at this. This is such an awkward collision. We talked about this mid-rotation pit stop, and Metal Esports, they found Team Entity where exactly they wanted. But of course, Entity will be able to survive. It's just Encore. He needed a little bit of a backup, but Team Entity might actually find the right timing on this one.
You know, Team Entity, they're playing this way too clever. Encore in a whole world of trouble, but somehow has managed to maybe find another angle. And I think it's a Tom and Jerry chase that we kind of get to see. Team Metal not really letting go of Team Entity. Somraj trying to reposition himself. And this has been one of those fights which has sort of constantly been flipping around the tables as Top Dog. You know, one of those players who's played really well for Team Metal, but surely this team has left a lot to be wanted.
Absolutely, but the cone is on Somraj over there to create that flank angle. He did not really have a lot of cover, just a tree to actually make sure that he had the diversion in check. On the other side, focusing on Team Clue so far. They are not being gate kept, but they are definitely being pressured by the lads from Team 7 Habit. And 7 Habit want to kind of do things in style. It seems like this is one of those teams who are in the dire need of points on the overall standings. They had a fabulous week one, and now have a look at this. The favor from the circle is theirs. The game has been handed on a silver platter. The close end of the circle, which means their backlines are checked, and now it's all of the enemies which come from the front lines. It's going to be interesting to watch.
Indeed, it will be. And Reckoning, I think they're in a pivotal position, in fact, at the prime spot to get a chicken dinner, because Punk, he's on the hilltop and he's going to enjoy himself. All that they need to do is try to rally their forces together. For Team Entity, however, they might be hitting on trouble because we've got 7 Habit present over there. But Hunters, look at all that information he has, and he's certainly related to his teammates, but he needs to understand he's a solo player there. If he gets taken down, he's a dead man walking.
Dead man walking indeed. Reckoning Esports, the high ground that they control, it's such a massive advantage for themselves. Now, this is the position that I've always talked about, right? Get yourself the high grounds and the finishes will come as a byproduct of your positioning. But it all comes down to how well they control this entire region. Great potential is there. Every individual player just capturing those singular hilltops. And it seems like Team NT are falling at their mercy because they only realize that the grassroots of these hills is the only place where they can stay safe from Reckoning and their wrath.
I'm rather a little bit surprised, Salty, because you've got Clue. They did not drop Clash on anybody. They've been doing that for the past couple of days. And for now, it is about Reckoning having the central position, whilst all the teams are just on the periphery of the circle. But however, we've got a fight amidst us. It is going to be Nadex officials taking on MW, as there you have it, all of them being finished off in the blink of an eye. But seems like the trouble is not yet over because Autobots do strike.
Absolutely, Autobots from the backlines. Just hearing all those gunshots, it seems like they want to bask in those finishes. And they have a proper game plan for it. Just capturing Team Nade officials in that ditch and throwing everything they had in their backpack. The nades, the Molotovs. Nade official, they certainly are struggling. But Autobots also realize that this line of sight is opened them up from shooting from multiple angles. Even RTG is there in position as well.
Team Autobots not having the best of start, but certainly on the path of redemption over here. As Mr. Spray did take a couple of shots, did do some hefty amount of damage, but that was just not it. He knows of the danger that lies ahead of him in the form of Nadex officials. But look at what they've done. Completely smoking the entire area over there, letting the players of Autobots to maybe just come in front of their face and then dealing with it. But Rico, he shows no remorse, no scare at all as he takes everybody down.
But a lot of job for Autobots remain because now they have to make inside their circle itself. Mr. Spray has been taken down. Native Official, the team that was struggling, they had the right side of the circle and may have made use of it, just blocking Team Autobots on their path. Have to give credits to RTG, have to give credits to all the other teams who were placed in that same vicinity to try and give them a little bit of a space to move about. But now Native Officials, they have got their individual objectives, and that is to move inside the circle.
Indeed, they have. They have to get inside the circle and deal with the players of Autobots and Hyderabad Hydras and Medal at the same time. Joker, you can literally hear his heartbeats coming through. Sprayed all that magazine, and Encore, he waited for the sweet time for him to go for a reload, and that's where he entered into the fray as Team Medal right on the edges, still having 2 finishes to their names. They will force the revive. But the biggest storyline over here is how on earth does Nadix Officials Pro get out of here?
Seems like he just had to run away from the situation with his UAS, and that was the best possible route right now. But Autobots, it seems like even they are hot on their tails. On the other side, of course, No to Be will find that little bit of a spot for Mental Esports, taking some information and taking those spot shots. Even Autobots in the backlines, Rico, we saw him struggle initially. He's going to continue his struggles because he's just found himself in the clutches of Galaxy.
You know, every single team is in a sort of a disarray. They do not know where to go. It is all about making a run inside the circle. But hold on, Pro, he's got other ideas in his mind, and that nade did a massive amount of damage. Still, I don't think he's managed to get that knock. Or did he? Indeed, he has, as he's taken down 2 along, but it's not really responded yet. Will go for another grenade. Does he connect? That's a big question as it rose. The final player surviving, but Pro needs to watch out. And how on earth is he still alive?
I have no clue, Fixes. Do not ask me that question because it seems like from the backlines, No to Be is going to come back. He's going to find his target and now clear his space to move forward. But where does he go? It's all in no man's land. Of course, there are certain sections of the circle which are being captured. Have a look at this. Bijlu so strikingly close against Galaxy. Needs being cooked up to perfection, but he's getting shot down and finished off in style.
Indeed, Raftar spotting out a Bucky over there. Certainly had an idea in his mind that somebody must be lurking. But Immortal, look at his position. Team Medal right on the foothills as Siam also comes through. Now, Immortal, if he does have a grenade, he does not. Even maybe a Molotov could have done the job. Just try and flush out the players. But right now, he must have relayed that information to his teammates.
Team Reckoning have such a massive advantage right now because Immortal and Hunters, they hold the eastern edge of the circle. We know, ladies and gentlemen, the circle cut back on towards the western edge. And now Punk, who has another hilltop, is controlling the smack center of the circle. This is such a massive advantage. And right at its footsteps, he's got 7 habit as well. And have a look at this, Immortal having Team Medal right at its mercy. He's got aimbot and Hunters to support him as well. And all those expensive sport cars, they're going to give Medal's position away.
I loved it, you know, the way Aimbot's got that angle right, and they know they've got 2 others. Immortal hearing all that footsteps, relaying all that information as Reckoning. Now they have to make a run inside the circle. It is just Punk who's the one man inside of it, but he has to hold on for them, keep the other enemies at bay. As Team Medal, they've got their lives under threat as Paradox and Top Dog. It is just minute seconds before they get pushed at.
Look at those trajectories. It's everything from the kitchen sink that Reckoning have thrown in their path, and now Top Dog is going to get engulfed by the blue zone itself with just 1 first aid kit, and that is it. Team Medal, it's all that they could find themselves for. Position finish for them, and on the other side it's Punk, who has continuously kept the scoreboard ticking because his position at the center of the circle has made massive wonders. 7 habit. They are choking themselves to death at this point.
Now, right from the 4th circle, Reckoning had made this rotation and seems like they've hit right on the money. But at this point, Punk having such a capitalizing spot for himself. I think 7 habit, it's just mere minutes that they survive. Punk spotting out Drago, will take a couple of shots at him. Does do a massive amount of damage, but for what it is worth, we've got 3 teams amidst us. It is going to be Team Galaxy, 7 habit, and Reckoning.
3 teams and 8 players. They know what is at stakes. From the back lines, it's going to be aimbot. 5 finishers on this ladder already. Team Reckoning, they certainly are the chariots of glory, making it count. The only team that stands atop in front of them is going to be 7 habit. 3 players. Molotovs and nades being thrown as well. 7 Habit are pinned down to the corner. It seems like Mike Tyson is starting to pounce on his opposition, not giving any space to move and aim out from the flanks. Closing in the distance, and it seems like 7 Habit, they are done and dusted fixes.
Indeed they are, or rather it seems like, as they've been spotted. You've got aimbot on that flank angle, but little does he know that Drago is right next to him as they're trying to engulf them from multiple directions. Aimbot, he's got his DBS, but he needs to patch himself up. As Immortal, he goes for the drive-by, but Kratos, is he prepared for him? Yes, indeed he is. As there you have it, that's all she wrote, as Reckoning managed to wipe the floor. A beautiful chicken dinner, a much-needed chicken dinner, in fact, I must say.
Absolutely, I think this was so required. Having a look at the overarching perspective of the storyline, Reckoning Esports, they were struggling. We were talking about how this team, especially when they were under a different banner, their rotation was precise, it was pristine. But inside of this tournament, they definitely did not hit the right spots. But in this one, how beautifully they captured every single territory, focusing on those high grounds. And especially that split from Punk, I felt that was so good.
It certainly was. So Reckoning made one change. They swapped in aimbot with Aladdin, and you could see the difference, right? Getting the chicken dinner over there. Now you talk about a team like Reckoning. They were former VLT. We had that little spell where aimbot was the new addition to their team, and then they were another team, Team Gravity, where you had Clowny also coming in. He did bring in Hunters with him, another new prodigy, and now you've got the perfect mix of experience with firepower, and look at the results right in front of us.
Absolutely, but with that being said, I think Reckoning Esports, they've done enough for week number 3 for sure. I mean, they will be looking to bank on this performance, but on the overarching perspective, Reckoning need to get a lot more points to come inside the top 16, ladies and gentlemen. As the battle for the grand finals intensifies, we have something special which we have prepared for you. It is available for you inside of the game. That is the Fool's Blessing set. And of course, we have a small little video which kind of summarizes it perfectly for you guys. So just go there and check it out. The Fool's Blessing Scarel, the DP28 and the sets, all of them, they are so good. But so also was good from Reckoning Esports. This particular game of Miramar was absolutely scintillating. How many points did they secure at the end of it? I think they had more than about 13 or 14 eliminations by the end of it.
Yeah, I think we can just sum it up as a really big game, because I also lost my chain of thoughts with how beautifully they were playing. Like we did talk about Reckoning, they were struggling. This week was much important for them. They were still in the race, but a little behind. And now this is going to put them in a really pivotal position where they can actually dream of making it into the grand finals.
Especially if they play like this, I think they do deserve the grand final spot, because they completely dominated their opposition, just courtesy to their positioning, of course. And finding those spots is such a difficult task, especially in such unorthodox circles, because you don't play them usually. We will witness all of that in the highlights, of course, and it all started in a very scrappy way, especially all those teams, especially inside of Los Higos. We saw this fight against Team Insane, and we thought that Team Insane were almost going to get taken down.
Yeah, for a moment it felt like, but Jazzy did become the star over here. But then again, when you look at what happened next, now this was painful. RTG, they had a masterstroke. You know, what you would call is a chakra view in Mahabharat. This was something that they did manage to get for themselves. But yeah, Autobots also having a fairly decent game. There was a moment where we saw Team Entity and Medal try to duke it out. Eventually that resulted in Medal taking on Hyderabad Hydra.
Yes.
But it was, I think, let's be honest over here a little bit. Salty, the zone also favored Punk a little bit because they had kind of made an early rotation. We were kind of anticipating it to go a little southeast, but
Yeah.
it went towards the northeastern side where Reckoning had the entire circle to themselves.
Exactly right, and that's why I said they kind of captured all the different high grounds and all different edges of the circle themselves. Punk being in the central spots, Immortal and Hunters coming in from the other side, Aimbot as well. But Seven Habits, as a matter of fact, this team has sort of been very consistent. They definitely haven't really gotten themselves the best of positionings, but it seems like they always keep themselves in those podium finishes, which is a very good sign. But again, for Seven Habit, I think they need to push a little bit more in terms of the finish numbers.
I think for the teams that we were really looking forward to, Galaxy was one of them, Seven Habit was one of them, Entity, Insane, and Reckoning did come out of the picture, but now they have made their mark. I think they're ones to look out for in the further games. But Seven Habit and Galaxy have also had a really good game, getting second
Yeah.
and third positions respectively. Now, Seven Habit yesterday did not really go their way, managed to secure just 15 points from 2 games. Now, this game is going to set them up because they're still in the safe zone, but you never know. 1, 2 bad games, and you might slip out. You still have one entire group to be playing as well.
Absolutely. And, having said that, it kind of reminds me of that insane move coming in from Road to Glory in
Oh
the
my
initial
God.
stages. You've got to talk about that. I mean, yes, Insane was one of the top contenders. They won that initial fight, but that bridge camp, it was so beautifully executed. Tokia from the backlines. I saw that and I realized that was chef's kiss.
Oh, indeed it was. I think it's as beautiful as it gets there.
Yeah.
And, Insane was in such a tough position that let's just hypothetically consider they might have done something, pulled out a rabbit or whatever, won that fight. They still had Autobots
Exactly,
who had their
right?
eyes panned on them. But then Autobots also had to make a run, and so many stuff were happening. Oh my God, this game was beautiful.
Absolutely. Having said that, in the match, we were having so much stuff. Inside of the game, ladies and gentlemen, we have had a lot of stuff going on as well. And very interesting update has come by where Ranveer Singh himself is now available inside the game. Not himself, his voice pack I'm talking about. If you do want to utilize it, it is available. Go out there and check it out, of course. And of course, there are some amazing in-game rewards. So do make sure that you check your reward section. But having said that up, I think today's day fixes has been fabulous so far. I mean, I am so lucky to have witnessed this Erangel and this Miramar right at the start. It's made my day so far.
And we still have Group Red's matches to go. One more day into Group Blue. I think tomorrow is going to be something that we're all going to be waiting for. We're all stoked up, all energized, all riled up. But, talking about how far we've gone in esports, right? You're talking about the entertainment industry finally coming under one roof.
Yes.
Crafton taking such nice initiatives. Now we've got the stars of Bollywood also coming in over here. We've got their character skins. We're getting their voice packs, their outfits. We have it all. So everybody gets to enjoy. Everybody has something to enjoy in this beautiful game that we have for you guys. But coming back, now that the second game has been over, I think a few teams that really needed to push through, Team Entity has to be one of them.
Yes, that is what I was coming to, right? I mean, Team Entity, they wanted to gain a lot of points from this one because Team Insane, I think they were the only contender, only other contender from Group Blue for set a top for the top 16. But Entity Gaming, they're still in the dicey spot. They're still reeling in between 10th to 20th spot on the overall standings. And that is where I believe majority of the shifts are going to happen. Even when we just saw the point standings at the start of the day fixes, we saw that it wasn't really very different from the second page onwards towards the last page. The max difference was just 20 points. One good game for Entity could have actually changed their fate.
And now they've just got 2 games remaining, and certainly not the position they would have imagined themselves to be at because they've kind of been having a little bit of a curve there, right? They start off well in week number 1,
Yeah.
and then you witness that dip in week number 2 where they kind of are pushed back towards some 25 plus rank points, and then suddenly into week number 3 you see them on the second spot, and you kind of hope that yes, Team Entity will push through, but things did not really work out for them. But what a game of
It
BJ
certainly
Might
was. I mean, for Entity Gaming, that rotation from El Pozo through Monte Nuevo, we thought that medal will be a thorn in their path, and they certainly were. But having said that, I do wonder who comes out at the very top on the MVP list for this one, because It seems like it should be somebody from Reckoning, but
Or
who
maybe
exactly?
Galaxy.
Is it going to be Punk? Is it going to be Immortal? Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's ask
Aimbot?
not any more questions. We will find out
There you go.
ourselves. Fixes, you are right. It is certainly Aimbot from Reckoning Esports. 5 finishes and 37.5% finish contribution. This man was doing all the dirty work at ground level while others were holding the high grounds.
You know, it was a complete teamwork, I would say, because
Yeah.
it was Immortal relaying all that information. You
Yes.
could see that they choked down Team Medal on that point, and towards the end, I think it's one of those rare occurrences where we see Aimbot to come in and set a mark in just the game in this particular week. I think that's phenomenal. Finally, Reckoning are starting to find out, yes, this is one of those playing four that they can go ahead with. But other than that, even Raftar from Galaxy played really well.
Absolutely. Let's just transition into the point standings. Reckoning dropping an almost 30 bomb, just shying away from that 1 point. 29 points exaggerated from this one. Galaxy Esports 20 points. This was a very big game for this lineup because now all of a sudden they are putting themselves amidst the top dogs.
Oh, indeed. Yesterday they played one game of Sanhok. They managed to get, I think, a third position, a second
Yeah.
or third position finish. And today also coming in, playing the second game, you've got them hitting 20s. Now, this is where they really need to keep this pace up because let's not forget, we also do have the bonus points
Yes.
that add on by the end of Group Blue.
And the bonus points is going to cause so much trouble, so many problems because by the end of it all, I think there will be a lot of upsets. Let's speak about upsets having in this page of the point standings. Team Insane, Metal Wings, Rippers, Entity, Hyderabad Hydras, Team T7S. Majority of them were victims of early game action fixes, and seems like the storyline that we witnessed, that we thought of will carry forward, is still going on. Teams from the bottom, they want to go down with a fight. They want to go down with a war.
You know, there's one more team that, in fact, one more player that we need to touch upon is Nadix Officials Pro.
Yeah.
You remember that man? He was stuck in the middle of nowhere in that dip of death, and somehow he managed to survive with Autobots constantly providing that pressure. I don't know how he ran away. He just picked his US, turned the keys. I'm like, I'm getting the hell out of here.
I think Autobots themselves also were a little flustered. Like, I kind of understood why they were not pushing up as a reason, right? Team Nate officials were in that dip. There were multiple teams in the surroundings. Team Road to Glory, I think, came very strikingly close. And that might have deterred Autobots. And, of course, somebody else's disadvantage turns into your own advantage. Well, Nade, they certainly had that advantage. Will it carry forward? We'll find out on the map of Sanhok Fixes.
Indeed, we shall find out as there will be new groups joining in. We've got Group 2 taking on Group 5, a slight change on the desk as today Johnny brings in on his dark side. Yesterday he was the angel, but today he is Lucifer himself. So Johnny, welcome back on the desk. Now we've got quite some interesting teams over here. We did see Group 5 playing the game and we did see Group 2 also starting the day off. It was Hydra Officials on such a fantastic run, especially Duora. But any team that you're going to be looking forward to in this one?
Genesis again.
Oh, yeah.
And Lucknow Giants, because we did talk about this and you were the one who brought this point up yesterday as well. Teams at the bottom going all out. Genesis, they are not necessarily in the bottom, but if they don't perform now, they are going to be outside of the top 16. And their qualification, well, it's not even going to be a hope of them making it through. Lucknow Giants, well, they are actually at the bottom. Yesterday we did see a good performance coming in from their end, but I think it's not going to be enough. But still, they have enough firepower to take on fights against the big teams and come out on top.
Yeah, yesterday they played one game and they managed to get
Yeah.
something around 29 points.
Yes.
That Miramar chicken dinner was fabulous. You could see, right? It was Prajwal, I believe,
Yes.
who had a free frag fiesta, 3 players out in the open. But they could not really convert the second game that they played today
Yeah.
early in the day. But when you talk about Genesis, yes, I'm starting to get a little worried about them because they were somewhere around the 42nd spot by the end of the first day, and they really need to catch up. Not a lot of games remaining. They have to
Yeah.
get a chicken dinner.
And in order to do that, I mean, one of the easiest thing you can do is just turn yourself back to the bone, right? Drop Clash against someone who's been not doing well, especially since, you know, there are teams in this group that have been struggling in those early fights. Clue, for example, is going to be one of those names, right? They themselves have been drop clashing other teams, but yesterday, 2
Exactly.
times, not working out even once.
Yeah, I mean, they still try their chances, and they have earned themselves that notorious tag, just
Yeah.
going after everybody. They, in fact, even decided to go after UK 07. If you remember in the
Yes.
map of Vikendi, they took fights against the Gods first, God's Reign at Yasnaya. But coming back, we've got a lot of factors, a lot of variables in this game.
That
You've
is true.
got teams who've got a lot running through. Entity did not have a good game. Certainly, this is, I think, their fourth matchup, and
Yeah.
they will also have to strike gold.
Entity will definitely have to strike gold, as you mentioned, because yesterday, after they ended their run, they were sitting on that second position. But today, the start has not been great. But hopefully, the recovery will be. As ladies and gentlemen, guess what? We're about to jump into the game of Sanhok, and here we go. The plane will be on our screens, and of course, the flight path will follow up soon. This time around, though, we can already tell this flight path. It's going to start from the southwestern edge of the map, and it's going to go all the way towards Cow, the central most northern point inside of this game of Sanhok. A diagonal path fixes means the entire map is up for grabs.
Yeah, I mean, it has never really been a concern for any of these teams. It's a 4x4 maps, so teams kind of get down wherever they want. What's my bigger concern is where the circle forms.
Where the circle forms, and I think this will be a point of concern, right? Not in the sense that, oh, you might not be able to drop at your preferred drop location, but the other teams will be able to drop at your preferred drop
Yes.
location. Drop clashes become extremely easy for anyone to be able to pull off. And look at that, we already have a fight that I believe will break out for sure in
Boot camp.
boot camp, of course, because why not? It is boot camp.
And it's Hydro Officials taking on Hub, especially with the kind of a run that Duora has had. A little bit of resemblances of the circles that we've seen, but
Yeah.
slightly more inclined towards going maybe between those hills around Painan and Sami. So Team Entity has a really good chance. Burnex Officials, how have the mighty fallen, Johnny? Haven't really seen in the groove in this entire tournament.
That is true. I mean, we expected so much. I remember showing up for day one of this BMPS, looking at Burnex, and I was like, all right, this team is going to do well. I hope they qualify. But now, even that hope has started to fade away. And at this point, Burnex, they have to win matches in a row. And even then, they might fall a bit short. But let's see. I mean, anything can happen. You never know. With how the format has been created, anything can happen at any time.
Yeah, but at least their survival in this tournament seems a little bleak. But we
Yeah.
do have another fight. It is going to be HG taking on MG. And, for the lads of Hindustan Gaming, right? We've seen them in the past, earlier in the BMOC. They did play in the BMPS also
Oh, no.
as GOG. But seems like Duora, the star of previous match, is now in a whole world of trouble.
Yeah, the man who was able to take down 6 men all by himself is the first one to fall at the hands of Hub Esports. Sparsh, he's hiding in a corner. Look at him sitting behind those cinder blocks. And the players of Hub, they are pushing forward. Spray God is going to be there to protect Duora, but Sparsh is going to be hunted down, takes down Bijlu. He's going to be shot in the back by Lucifer and is going to fall. Hydra down to their last two players. Sparsh, or in fact, Spray God is trying his level best to survive, takes Phoenix out. Oh, the pixel of HP. Just one bullet in his foot, enough to knock him down.
Yeah, gotta feel bad for him. Hydra officials did not see this coming.
Yeah.
Still in a good position, at least in week number 3. The first Erangel game they had was phenomenal, quite monumental, I believe. Did manage to garner a lot of points, but this seems to have averaged it out. Comes down to the last surviving player, Starboy. Has he just given his position away, Johnny?
Yes, he has. Of course. I mean, there's absolutely... Well, there was a need to lob that nade, but it needed to be on point, and now he's out of everything. Look at that. The Thompson and the M4 has a level 2 helmet and the armor. Just one first aid and one smoke. Not enough to take on an entire squad. That is going to push towards you in a few short moments. But Hub Esports, let's talk about them. They need to be careful, because while we were there on that flight path of this map of Sanhok, you might have noticed that even Lucknow Giants had taken control of the southern hills of Bootcamp, between Bootcamp and Painan. So there is a risk of a third party from the distance. Even though they might not lose players, but Hub Esports, they will definitely have to commit a lot of healing utility, a lot of smokes in order to find a way out of this bootcamp position if Lucknow Giants chime in.
Yeah, I think for Lucknow Giants, it's all going to be about Rage God. But hold on,
Yeah.
Kratos is in a whole world of trouble. You've got the entire squad of HG pushing on them, and there you have it. Nick missing his shots, but the second time, he delivers with his Vector. Now, certainly making it one of the viable weapons in this particular map. We've seen a lot of international teams also opting for it. Is that a 6x?
I think so. Yeah.
On a Vector? Oh, Lord, I've had it.
Hey, man, I mean, if you have nothing, you're going to try anything, right?
Yeah. Why not?
Why not go for it? But let's see. I mean, it was hilarious. What happened to Nick? I wonder what went through his head when the shot started coming from middle of nowhere. Realizes the man sitting right next to the shack, and he just runs behind cover, panicking for his life.
I did not see him coming there. Where is he hiding? Let me just get back. And yeah.
We all know how we scream when that happens to us inside of the match. But Bunny,
All right.
look at him. He's just watching. He's the observer of this game. Just stalking the players of Road to Glory. And Genesis, I wonder. I mean, now they have the information. Bunny just signaling to his teammate, like, all right, 2 players are quite close to me.
Yeah.
The players of Genesis are definitely going to try to breach this Paradise Resort and pick a fight.
They could use this to their advantage over here.
Yeah.
Because Bunny, he's not even moving a muscle. We all know that RTG, they've been making a lot of noise. We've seen in the game of Miramar what they did to Team Insane. But look at that.
What?
Sometimes, you know, things don't work out the way you think, because MG, they might lose out on 2 of their players. But look at how they've answered back. With still, Pari, the lonesome survivor, has no meds, and it is Autobots in the far off fray.
Oh, he's again and again checking and peeking, seeing if he can spot the Autobots out. But the nade is going to be enough. Rico. An easy finish point secured by the lads from the side of Autobots, but you have to give props to the players of MG. Those 3 picks were so important. At least this game is not going to be an absolute waste for them.
And from right minute 1, we are witnessing fights breaking out almost everywhere. Every point of interest locations, every hotspot. You know, we're seeing some fights going on. But now, Lucknow Giants, they're the smarter bunch. They've realized that there's no point in picking a bone against whoever survives boot camp. But hold on, finally this fight breaks out. Let's see what Genesis have to say.
Again, we talked about this. Genesis, they had way too much information to work with in this position, and they have utilized it perfectly. Hero has secured the opening. Tokia knocked out. Sezu in the backlines. He's going to be completely isolated. I think the goal right now for Genesis is to cut the players of RTG away from each other. As long as they can't provide support to the players inside the Paradise Resort, Genesis will end up winning this fight by default.
Oh yeah, at least for now. It's a little bit of a standstill. It's all about, you know, Genesis getting that off angle, did get that knock, but now, well, RTG, they're aware of where they are. And
they
Hero,
check him.
he might have must have been spotted over there as Ethic. Oh, those shots missing, and he has been punished for all that atrocity as Arose. He's the second one trying to go in.
I mean, again, as I mentioned, Genesis, they knew that 2 players from the side of Road to Glory did try to breach the compounds of Paradise Resort, the main building, and they knew they would be waiting for them. So, the decision was simple. Check every single room, clear every single room before you take the exit. Although, there has been a trade found by the players of RTG. It's down to Sezu and Arose. Arose putting on that first aid in the backlines. Sezu denying the push to the players of Genesis. And as I mentioned about that opening, one of the players, I believe it was Doom, who was knocked out on the first floor. But guess what? He's been brought back into the game. Alright, my apologies. It was Bunny who was knocked out, but he has gotten a revive and he is back in this fight.
He certainly is back, but Arose and Sezu need to work this together. Need to play in tandem, because now Genesis have them pinned to a certain room. No means of escape. They're kind of trying to surround them, and there you have it. Him being spotted out, but still Arose gets a knock over there, as now the trades do come in. Still Genesis holding the advantage over there, but the finish being secured, that is where the trouble arises, as now Doom suddenly pushing in onto it. Sezu, everybody's sort of whiffing those bullets, but eventually connect as Genesis finally win a squad fight.
Yeah, they do end up winning, but it was extremely scrappy fixtures. But look at this.
Oh
Before they have an opportunity to celebrate, the Autobots, they start rolling in, led by Mr. Spray. And Genesis, they're going to be scrambling for cover. Mr. Spray lines up the nade. If it connects, it can secure 2 knocks. The opening the Autobots are going to be looking for. But now he's going to try and breach the main building. Has made it through. Needs to be careful. Was all alone, but Rico joins in as quickly as possible.
Indeed. Autobots at this given moment, we've seen them do that already against the players of MG. Pari had been taken down, but now Genesis want to make Paradise Resort theirs. And now you could see the players spreading out, Johnny. Look at them. All 3 of them working together while one is holding on to a certain angle. And the big question over here is, are the players of Genesis aware of all these rotations that the players of Autobots are making?
I mean, the only way they can gather the information is through sound cues. They will have to be extremely precise with that. Here, oh, that is a beautiful angle to work with. And Bunny as well on the flank, but Skrills, he is on the outer vicinity of the main building and he can be spotted out, but it's a question of how accurate are you going to be when you have the opportunity. And Bunny, he can now be the distraction, pull the players from Autobots outside the Paradise Resort, and then the other lads from the side of Genesis can chime in, surprise the Autobots and take them out.
You know, this could be genius if it works out, at least. But Doom, he's got that angle, he's got that little bit of a timing. They've got a lot of time to play around. It's still those initial circles, so they can tank the damage of the blue. In this situation, Autobots might have taken a little bit much too on their plate, as in this moment, Genesis, I don't know if they really want to pick this fight. They want to have a means of escape, but how do they end up going inside the circle? Because you've got Team Claw right on your tails.
And it's going to be interesting because Claw, we know at this point, they will go into every single fight with everything that they have. But Genesis still looking for that escape route, which might not necessarily be available to them, because Autobots, they are going to try and hunt this three-man team to the best of their abilities. In the meanwhile, though, Lucknow Giants, they pick a fight of their own against the Executors, and Executors, they can't even retaliate to this one. Prajwal was knocked out. Dawn and Rage God then looking to climb up that hill. In the meanwhile, Demon and Thunder trying to protect their squad, trying to protect themselves, will not be able to survive as Lucknow Giants, the backup, appears right in the nick of time, and Executors, as I mentioned, are just executed back inside the lobby.
And seems like Lucknow Giants aren't done yet. They do spot out ASG in the far fray. Would want to take a couple of shots, but yeah, Lucknow Giants were in a really promising position from the start of the game. They dropped out on the southern side of the boot camp. They went down to the southern island, had the hills covered to themselves, and now are reaping rewards from over there. But seems like ASG have spotted them out, and now let's see what their next course of action shall be, as this fight did break out around boot camp, where Hydra did meet an untimely demise over here.
Yeah, I mean, the first fight of the game, ladies and gentlemen, a little bit of a recap of how things went down in boot camp, and of course, the first awkward engagement of this matchup, which was between the players of Hindustan Gaming and MG. Hindustan Gaming picking off one player, Autobots getting one, but also Hindustan Gaming getting 3 players, losing 3 players to the hands of Pari from the side of MG. A brilliant opportunity from the player, and he seized it with both hands, but this was Paradise Resort, where we saw how nicely Genesis handled the situation against the players of Road to Glory. And guess what? They've managed to avoid Autobots entirely. Wow!
Both the teams realize that they have to look at the bigger picture. You know, they've got their eyes on the prize, and they realize it's better to not fight right now, rather try to get inside the circle. But 7 Habit, they've had a really good game of Miramar, and certainly would look forward to gain on that momentum just a little bit and garner quite a lot of points. But let's see what waits for them.
That is a beautiful parking job. I mean, all of them at an angle. Looks so cool. 3 different classes of vehicle.
And what could be the reasoning behind this? But we'll talk about that, because Charan has indeed knocked out one of the players of Lucknow Giants. Prajwal getting picked off. How did that happen?
I mean, it's in the distance. I think Charan had an angle. He pinged that position, and everyone from the side of 7 Habit just started emptying their clips in the exact same spot. So a few shots from everyone. It was Drago who secured that knock, but Lucknow Giants, they need to be careful, because before they can recover, the lads from the side of ASG are there. In fact, it's just one player. Rocky, the nade is going to be close. Pegasus as well taking a little bit of damage from the utility. Both the players down to half their HP bars.
All right, for ASG at this point, they realize they've got Lucknow Giants right in front of them. But Rage God will retaliate back with a grenade. Body barely surviving. But Rage God still, he's going to go for the second time, but seems like has not hit the mark.
I love the utility uses from the players in these lobbies. They are just getting better and better. So precise and so accurate with where they want to drop the damage. But Lucknow Giants, it seems like they'd forgotten that even their backlines were compromised from across the... What? Isn't that the opposite direction? Hello.
You know, he's literally put the pedal there and pushed it through, just going back, and we get to see those hilarious moments, yes?
Pixis, that was a bait. Because there was a smoke lobbed in front of the U, as Lucknow Giants do not know how many players were in there, and they will assume that both the players from the side of ASG have backed off. But Pegasus, he stayed behind, and if Lucknow Giants miscalculate as to what is going on over here, they can well, they're going to be surprised.
They're not just going to get surprised, they're going to be absolutely thrashed. But seems like Ghosty, he's a man that loves to check those angles, loves to double check those corners, and did not hit his mark. But that also could have been thwarting him into believing that there's nobody present over there. Considering Pegasus, he needs to find a way to fly. He needs to get himself out of that situation, because Lucknow Giant losing out on Prajwal, this is not exactly how they pictured themselves to be at.
Exactly. Prajwal has been quite key for the team and their wins, but in this game of Sanhok, they're going to have to play this matchup without him. Rage got the... It's... Just peeking 7 Habit seems too risky right now. And look at why they are building all of this pressure. Just because they do not want Lucknow Giants to push Charan. They're trying to save their boy.
And the poor lad had his level 3 vest, which is completely destroyed. And even Dawn does not even have an armor. So imagine every single shot he has himself hit upon.
Yeah.
I think that's going to do a hefty amount of damage. But in the meanwhile, Reckoning, this is a team that we have to talk about, because they managed to get a chicken dinner in the previous game and now are in a commanding position just around Painan.
I heard what you guys were saying towards the end about Reckoning carrying forward that momentum, and I think with the experience that they have, they definitely can do that. Especially look at that position towards the city of Painan, right? There's absolutely no one there to bother them. Even if Hubby Sports show up, they will be late to the party, as Reckoning will have cover to work with. And Autobots, I think... can be caught off guard, assuming Painan is going to be empty. If they try to cross that bridge, Reckoning is just going to pile upon them and try to secure finish points. But it can go either way. I mean, we've seen fights swinging in the favor of the team with the disadvantage. Multiple times we've seen that.
I think the only problem that Reckoning can face, Johnny, is if the circle goes away from them, where they will have to get out of Painan, because the moment you come out of Painan, you've got to make that climb up the hills. And we already have so many of those teams at the hilltops, and that is going to be a cause for concern, because 7 Habit, they would not let them pass. But Team Hub, somehow managing to defend Bootcamp, did win that fight, but Aimbot, having spotted out MJ in the far off fray, will get the better out of him.
And this could be the indication for Autobots, who were quite close to the players of Reckoning Esports, a sign of life being present in the city, and they will try to avoid that unknown threat, that alien threat that is waiting for them on the other side. In the meanwhile, Hub Esports, we talked about them. A brilliant play coming in, actually. They move down south, aren't afraid to rotate a little bit wide, take some damage from the blue, but they are prioritizing the safety of the entire squad, which is actually quite nice.
You know, lately we've seen a lot of fights break down at Bootcamp, and Hub... mostly they've been on the receiving end of things, but today they come out on top. Now this makes me really happy, because entering into this week, I think Hub has had a really good time. But look at this circle shift. Now this is where, you know, ASG will be under heavy fire. A lot of teams would want to contest for that compound, but look at all the teams, this little spread out there. It's all around the southern side. But Genesis, they are the ones entering in, and the last player of Hydra is still there, Starboy. How is he going to make his movement inside the zone? That is a big question.
There's a small little bridge just northeast of Bootcamp that he can use, but...
Genesis is there.
Yeah, that's the problem. He'll basically have to borrow the invisibility cloak from Harry Potter if he wants to survive.
Or maybe from you.
Yeah, I've lost mine, I think.
We can have that shipped to his place, and could work out. I mean, if there are future, there are future updates where we kind of have this ability for a couple of seconds, you kind of get to become invisible, that would be great. But Autobots finally decide to strike in on this village. They know that Reckoning are present, but is it vice versa?
I mean, I think it can be, I think. Reckoning Esports, they might have checked their backlines and spotted out the players from the side of Autobots, but in the meanwhile, Entity on our screens, we did talk about them. Expectations are pretty massive from their end. It seems like put under pressure by the players of Claw. Claw in front of him, Troy, and he takes one down. Gamla Boy finding Aaron in the flank. There's one more man, though, who's gotten quite close to Entity Gaming, and he can actually change everything if he is able to lob a nade inside the shack.
Certainly can, but Team Entity, this is going to be a really important game with Gumble Boy still alive. I really want to see how many first aids he has, because
or
we've
25.
seen that happen, and yes, 25 first aids. I don't know if it's enough, but still, they have to play with whatever cards they've got. But right now, ASG in a really commanding position. Same goes for the players of 7 Habit. I think 7 Habit will really have to hit the ball out of the park on this one.
Oh, for sure. And Kratos, he's trying his level best. One more knock secured. Phoenix is going to be dropped down. Hubby Esports put in a corner, put in a ditch. The nades are going to be lobbed upon them now by the players of 7 Habit, but Kratos is going to be traded out as well. 7 Habit, one more update. The split that was there, Charan being far away from his teammates, he has still not been able to cross over, but he's finally started to move out, and the moment he does, it's going to be Claw who put him down on his knees. Hub, they need to realize they have a massive advantage to work with, because the fight that awaits them on the other side, it is basically a 2 versus 4. Kratos, Drago.
He did spot him out though, but right now 7 Habit need to understand they've got Bonix officials right beside them, and in fact Drago getting taken down once again. Lucifer, he's gonna make a run for it, as Hub, they show no remorse, no mercy, pushing in like a pack of hyenas. But look at Millen, one with the nature.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, the Sanok Snakes in the natural element, looking to see if they can hunt the predators. Astro spotted out. Millen, he has the DBS. He's waiting for the players to be either low or lined up. Still waiting, still being patient. Hub completely distracted, although they are doing a brilliant job securing the numbers. They have 9 eliminations on the board, but there's a 5th man in this 4-man roster, and he might not be there to help them at all.
He's just waiting to spread his fangs. Oh, maybe they might run him over. Did you see him though? No! He escapes unscathed.
What?
Hub, what have you done? And Phoenix!
That is just insane. Millen fighting for the last finish as well, but Bijlu gets him. Imagine getting those 2 eliminations. Hub, that surprise that they never expected, waiting for them just right next to them. Millen, you beauty, you genius player.
I mean,
And also, you evil man.
Yeah, you evil patient man. I don't know how. Were Team Hub just blindsided there, or what happened?
The best part was when he just slid ever so slightly to the right to avoid the damage. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll come back to that, because right now there's another chaotic moment appearing in front of us, and this is ASG destroying the players of 7 Habit. Pass is going to be the last player in the backlines from this 4-man lineup. But look at that, Reckoning Esports pushing downhill. Lucknow Giants, Dawn, he's out in the open, needs to realize the flank is going to be exposed, and he can be taken down from the backlines at any given time, but it's going to be Immortal who's going to be watching him, stalking him, peeks the rock with the DBS. A few shots, it's done and dusted.
Reckoning, they seem nigh unstoppable, but right now a bigger task awaits. The ask is too much. They have to get inside the circle, but they're hitting right on the golden spot, as Pass, barely surviving with a sliver of HP, did somehow live the onslaught of that grenade. The second one following suit, and he gets down, blown into smithereen.
Reckoning, their position from the start of the game was absolutely brilliant, and they have capitalized on it for so long. But we are about to transition towards the end game scenarios, fixes. They have 7 eliminations on the board, all 4 players still alive, and considering the southern edge of the circle is pretty much empty already, do you think Reckoning, they can secure the chicken for this game as well?
They're starting to feel themselves, right? This is one of those moments you've got blood coursing through your veins.
Yeah.
You've got to make it count, and they understand that. And Lucifer seems like he's been spotted, but a little bit of a trouble for them as 2 players go falling down.
Yeah, 2 players lost, and it is going to be such a scramble to recover from this fight. But at least Punk knows where the players of ASG are going to be. The nade is going to be close to them, and Poddy takes a lot of damage because of that. The second one securing the knock. Punk, so precise. The Molotov in the... Well, it's just a little bit off. Otherwise, he would have been able to secure that finish, but needs to be careful. Pre-firing on Pegasus before he does anything. Switches over to the S12K. The shotgun, the distance not really working out in his favor. Punk taking a lot of damage, but the damage is traded out. Pegasus in the backline trying to do the same, but Punk, He has protected himself for so long, but Claw, they show up from the back lines. The blue zone is there. A few shots, but Pegasus gets him. Hunters, the backup arrives in the nick of time, and Reckoning, they still manage to survive, but unfortunately for them, it is down to the last man.
Needs to salvage whatever he can from that situation, as many first aids, and go for that healing battle, because every single point is so important for Reckoning to succeed right now. Autobots, somehow they've made it into the final circles, the final 5 teams surviving, with Team Claw having the entire control of the zone, Johnny.
With Reckoning out of the picture, Claw can definitely claw their way to a win in this matchup. Autobots Rico, we've seen him do this before. Be a menace, ruin the game plans, ruin the victory for a lot of these teams, and he has spotted Phoenix out as well. Things can definitely take the turn for the worse for the side of Claw. They are being patient. Rico, the only nade he has in his hands is going to be lobbed, and he fails to connect. IGL, he's going to be made aware of the man pushing towards him, and Claw, all 3 players in tandem are going to work together to pick him off.
They certainly will. And PMWI IGL right now, Rico, you've got him in a very tough spot. Does not have a lot of HP on him. As now, there you go. He burns himself alive. Does not want to give the point away. As Autobots, they bite the dust. As the dust settles, let's find out. Claw, they've been rather a little silent. Just 2 finishes to their name.
But they don't need to do anything. The circle is right on top of their heads, and it is going to be Lucifer's crawling towards them. But I believe the victory or the clutch win that you were hoping for, Fixes, might not appear. We're still waiting to see if he can clearly see someone. Sees Zerav. The nade is going to be lined up, and brilliant. Secures the opening knock. Will he be able to get the second one now? That is the question. He is out of utility. He just has one more Molotov to work with. He's going to lob towards... Oh no. IGL spotted out. From behind the rock, shots with the DBS. Can actually go for one more. It gets picked off. It is Claw, ladies and gentlemen, who have pretty much guaranteed themselves the chicken dinner. And while they will be celebrating, Gamla Boy, he's still healing.
Yeah.
Last 5 first aids, I mean.
I think the 25 first hits did suffice. But,
Yes.
this was such an action-packed Sandhawk, because right from minute 1 till this point, I think we are witnessing fights after fights. And for Gamla Boy, for Entity, they needed these points. And thankfully, it was Sandhawk. And again, Gamla Boy being such a flex player. But Team Claw, we've got to talk about them, did not have the best of start into week number 3. But today, they've shown up.
Yeah, they have shown up quite nicely. And as Gamla Boy runs out of the first stage, I think he will also accept his fate. But before going down, we know a last-ditch effort to secure or at least cause some trouble for the winners. But before he can do anything, Claw, they finish him off and secure an extra point on the board, ladies and gentlemen, ending the match with 5 eliminations in total and the chicken dinner, a total of 20 points secured from this game of Sano.
Oh, indeed. What a lovely game it was.
Yeah.
Especially the way the circle shifted. For a moment when it initially formed, we thought it would be Lucknow Giants, but suddenly they're being pushed at. Then we thought it might be somebody from the likes of ASG or 7 Habit, but they were also pushed at. Then Burnix Millen, I don't know from where he found that ghillie suit, went in, was one with the nature, and up just went right past through him. And imagine, had they finished him off, had their players survived, they did have a chance to stake their claim at the chicken dinner.
I'll say this, right? Today has been incredible in terms of player displaying individual skills, right?
Yes.
I mean, first it was Duoro OP with that 1v6 clutch win, and now this has just become one of my favorite moments of all time. The slide. I think he moved like 5 inches and avoided that vehicle.
Jiggle and jaggle.
Just slid towards the right, ever so slightly.
The perfect snake. You don't make noises while you're crawling.
Well, but let's see. I mean, we have a lot of exciting things ahead of us, ladies and gentlemen, but we also have a lot of exciting new things being introduced for you guys in BGMI. And I hope you guys have been listening to us, checking out the new things as they come along inside of the game. And again, as we say, new things coming out. Here's one of them. Let's check it out. All of us together, ladies and gentlemen. Are you guys ready? Here we go.
sure they know. With the new Royal Pass, get epic skins, catch unique emotes, collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default, wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
So I'm just getting a word that, well, Fixes, you are here. It seems like there's another man who looks like you over on the Hindi desk. Who's that?
Yeah, it is Anki, and we
Oh.
did purchase the RP together.
Oh, apparently both of you are pulling off the same outfit. So how does that feel to be default?
We love pink. Pink is a royal color, and seems like we can really pull this one off. And yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, see now, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't want to be in this situation, just don't be default.
We are
Wear your
brothers.
cred
We're not
inside
gonna
the
be
game.
crying.
Do make sure you check out the new RP. But let's now bring it back to the
Yes.
matchup fixtures, which
All
you
right.
and me both enjoyed, of course, along with our audience. And again, just a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, you got to slide to the right to
Just
avoid
like
the
this.
car.
You know, just like this. This is a
Yeah.
movement. And don't move a muscle and still slide.
Yeah.
I think that's something we could learn from Miller.
I just wish there was one point in which all four players were together, like close enough for him to actually make that DBS work. Because we know he was waiting for that one moment where the players would be standing next to each other so that he could just stand up, take his aim towards their heads and just start shooting, blasting all of them one by one. He was close enough to take all of them down in at least 2 shots each.
I think he still managed to take down one player,
Yeah.
but what he did not anticipate was the other one also
Yeah.
coming out of the blue. Had that not happened, who knows? Maybe, switch to his M4 and then take a couple of other shots because he had those level 3 gears on him. But what a game it was. But Pari, despite such heroic efforts, he just managed to take down 3 players, and then suddenly outabouts come from nowhere and the poor lad gets burnt into pieces.
Well, talk about getting burned. We did see one man just burn himself in the very end. And of course, Hub Esports, to be honest, props to them. They tried their level best in this matchup and they played so well.
At this point, sorry to cut you off, Johnny. This exact situation, Millen was already there.
Yeah.
He indeed knocked a player of 7 habit and they did
Look at
not
this.
even realize. Look at how he moved. Just jiggle there. And then suddenly he saw, oh, there's one player, let me come up. So what I wanted to get at is, 7 habit, they did not have the best of awareness. They
True.
were so much fixated on one certain fight that one of their players gets knocked out and they think it's from elsewhere. And then another team comes in, pushes on them, and they have no idea of what's going on.
That is true. The distraction that was there, the commotion that was being caused, did cause panic and for a lot of these teams, to be honest. I mean, we saw Reckoning caught off guard by the players of ASG, even though they were completely focused on a different team entirely. And it seems like that was happening to, as I said, a lot of different names inside of this lobby. But ladies and gentlemen, of course, Claw, a brilliant position from the start till the very end. They were controlling that northern edge for a long time. And of course, when the zone shifted towards them, their win was pretty much guaranteed because everyone else was towards the southern edge.
Hey, what happened to the last player of Hydra? I think the last we saw of him was, he was around Genesis.
Yeah.
He had taken that northwestern island and he had a car.
Yeah.
That we know. But that is all we know because once the point standings come, maybe we'll have a better picture. But Hydra so far had a decent day. Hub, however, have been the surprise show over here because them dropping down on an in-form Hydra
Yeah.
and still taking out 3 of their players without any casualties, that's amazing.
But I mean, it is going to be tricky for them to actually push through, right? I mean, Hub not really in a position from where the climb is going to be easy, lagging far behind the rest of the competition. The top 16, it is going to be difficult, especially I'm still, every time I talk about the top 16, the one thought in my head is, what will Group Red do?
Yeah, what will Group Red do? Because you were also talking about, you got in that analogy of, opening the innings,
Yeah.
right? And when we were talking about, twinning, but if you want to stand out of the pack, certainly can go for this beautiful, beautiful Avalanche X suit. And Johnny, have
yeah.
you had your luck on this?
Fixes it just came out. I mean, I'm going to try it out. I mean,
Tonight?
yeah, tonight I will
Let's open it
definitely try
together.
and spin. You get lucky, so I'm not doing it with you. I'm going to share my sorrows with Salty because neither of us, we'd never get anything nice.
Me too. I've not really been lucky with X
Really?
suits. I'm going to try hard on this one at least.
Really? You have not been lucky ever? What's the best skin that you have in the game?
Oh yeah, I mean that's a rare skin. I think we would go on to call it as a relic because not a lot of players can have it, and that is something that money can't buy anymore.
Now that is a true flex, ladies and gentlemen. But you're also pretty much a historian of the BGMI scene, so I mean, you very well deserve it, man. But like, let's talk about the history of Sanhok and of course the teams that played it out, because a few of these teams are running out their matches at this point, and from here on out, it's not going to be. We can't even say that, oh, you can come back next week, because after this, it's all done.
I think for Team Entity, I feel really glad about them because now this was the fourth game, I believe,
Yeah.
and they managed to get a second position finish.
Yes.
And if they somehow maintain the top three, the bonus points certainly might help them.
And you can feel how much pressure was there on Entity for the points in every single game. Imagine a team like Entity that has Somraj and Gamla Boy relying on those heal battles and heal battles alone for points.
Yeah, I think, in Sanhok, they've been doing this for the past couple of years. I think they were the ones who got in this entire idea of starting heal battles on Sanhok, and then everybody just followed suit. You talk about the old Exo, if you talk about Sensei also used to do that. We've also seen Gladiators pull something like that off, but recently they've changed their drop locations, but whatever it is. So I think Somraj was the one who got the entire concept of healing in Sanhok in. So yeah, at least in India.
At least in India, they started it all. But ladies and gentlemen, let's see who was the man who ended it all. The man of the match, basically the MVP of the game. We have Doom from Genesis, 6 eliminations, 75% contribution. In Genesis, I have to say, the initial aggression from their side was... It's always a rare sight to see this team in this form, but today they were just on point.
They were on point, and I liked how they both disengaged. If you see in one moment after taking down RTG, it was Autobots again in their mischievous mood, wanted to take a fight against them. But I think for Genesis, the climb is now too much. At least week number 3 did not go the way they wanted. And this kind of a downfall just before the finals begin, especially when you've got so many teams making a comeback. You talk about teams like Global Esports have been played really good, and they're also in contention. Now Entity is also starting to take the climb, and Genesis is surely going to drop points like this. They need more wins. They need at least one to start with.
Oh, I 100% agree with that. They need one to kick things off, and they need more wins. At least, I mean, win every single game you have remaining, because I believe Genesis, they might not have a lot of them left on the board. But rankings on our screens, 21 points for Hub, even though they were second or third, in fact, in the matchup. 11 finishes secured. Claw with 20, Reckoning with 18, and Entity with 13 points. Even Genesis did pretty well, 12 points. Not a shabby game. This was a pretty exciting Sanhok that we just got to witness.
Pretty exciting indeed. But, this is where the problems arise. 7 Habit, not getting enough points. Just 6. Will not really make the cut. Hydra officials, after starting with a shabang, and suddenly it feels like, the moment they were trying to fly high on the sky, somebody just chopped one of the heads off.
See, I'm going to give them this, right? It happens to all of us. When you do really well one day, the next you're going to show up. You're going to feel very confident about yourself, but that is where you make the mistakes. You get too confident. And of course, Hydra, we know that early unpleasant surprise that was there. Also one of the reasons for the early exit.
Johnny, one thing for sure. We've seen Hub officials taking a dropout bootcamp from quite a time.
Yeah.
And we've seen them, they've been on the receiving end of things. Now, tell me, if you were the coach of Hydra, would you have taken a chance there? Because there's a team that has been dropping on the bootcamp area, and they've been taken down. Would you risk your points to go on and try and get those finishes?
You know me pretty well, Fixes. You know my answer. It's always going to be a yes to that. I mean, I love early game aggression. See, if you are not willing to risk it all, then, I mean, it is going to be a pretty difficult situation when it actually comes. There will be a time when you're going to be under pressure, and still then you will be trying to play safe. So you have to try and put it all on the line. And I think Hydra did make the right call, to be honest.
Where was the game plan, Justin?
It was the game plan.
Brotherhood.
Yes. We all go down together if we do, just in case. But anyways, I mean, it's time for us to, ladies and gentlemen, move up and forward towards the next matchup, which will be played on the map of Wakendi. We have Group 1 and Group 3 who will be joining us in this particular map. It will be OST Vintage, Stellar Titans, Fly, 5Filter Esports, Megastars, Team Executors, and Growing Strong from Group 1. And of course, joining them is going to be God's Reign, Team OG, TWM, Global Esports, Team Together Esports, CK, WinGod, and I'm Official. And talking about all of these gods, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like one of them has appeared right next to me. It's going to be none other than the god of being salty, ladies and gentlemen, Salty himself. How are you doing, buddy?
I mean, I'm doing great, especially after that introduction. But yeah, very excited about this map of Vikendi, man. Because once again, we've had massive shifts on the point standings. I was doing a little bit of a math out there, and it seems like Reckoning Esports, they might have actually taken the #1 spot, might have taken Team Insane down inside of Group Blue.
Oh, now, if that actually happens at the end of the day, it is going to be super fun to watch. But also, I can't even imagine what would go through Team Insane's head. I mean, they played so well. I mean, we remember how yesterday ended. Dark Lord and his clutch, destroying two teams, being opportunistic, playing that game as a two-man squad, Insane walking away the win. And after a day like that, if you still lose up the first position on the next day, that has to be a heartbreak. But it also has to drive you forward to do better.
I mean, you are one optimistic guy. Since
Yeah.
yesterday, you're still carrying forward that angel aura
No,
around
I'm
you.
a bad boy today.
You're a bad boy for sure, especially after that movie we watched last night. And since you have put on the black jacket, I thought that you're going to have the devil aura, but that glare is going to do anything. Your smile gives everything away. And I think we're so prepared for Weekendy,
Yeah.
especially with the kind of outlook that we are having right now. We have had so many mix-ups, we have had so many ups and downs, and it seems like we're still positive, ladies and gentlemen. We're still
Yeah.
positive for every single team to make it inside the grand final.
mean-
Because at the end of the day, we're good people, right?
Yeah, I mean, also, I mean, watching these players, we have seen these teams, we've been watching them for the last 4 months, basically.
Yeah.
And after you see their journey, you can't help but root for them. No matter how bad of a day they are having, you just can't help but support them and cheer them on and see and hope for a better future. But unfortunately, for all of us, competitions work in a way for someone to win, someone has to lose.
You know, I'm actually rooting for one very specific team, especially in this game of Weekendy, and that will be I Am Officials. And
Yes.
I'll tell you exactly why, because this team comes in a position where they've got nothing to lose right now. They are not going forward. Like, realistically speaking, it's not mathematically possible for them to make it inside, but the way they have had a difference in approach. And we saw last day, this team was just going in, picking up fights, winning them as well. And apparently, they had a good run. That one run, which I still remember, I think it was BGIS round 4, where I'm Officials. They really surprised us
Yeah.
all. This is that same outfit, and they play really well.
They play really well. I Am Official is a team just brewing with raw talent in their
Yeah.
players. They have incredible set of players. But the problem is that they seem to wake up extremely late for the party, right?
Yeah.
First week, I Am Official just absolutely... It was an absolute disaster, right, for them.
Yeah.
They finished, I believe, they were second last overall
Yeah.
in the rankings,
Yeah.
not just from the perspective of 48 teams, but from the 96 teams. They weren't
teams.
doing that great. Second week is when they started to kick things off, and they did a brilliant job on day one. Day number 2, I don't know what happens. Things slowed down. Week 3, they try to make a comeback, but by this point, it is already too late. So I Am Official, they did try, at least during the second week, to bring themselves back in. But again, it was that disadvantage that they basically created for themselves in week 1, because of which they were always going to be struggling, and even losing a few games means they're already out.
Absolutely. And I think the way you kind of described their journey is similar to another team, and that will be Team TWM. They've had a very similar journey, just
Yeah.
like you established right now. It was like a proper sine curve, right? They started out from ground zero, especially inside the first week. They kind of tumbled down in the last page of the standings, and then slowly they picked up the pace.
Yeah.
But then again came the fall.
Exactly, but still, TWM, I mean, they've kept the hope alive,
Yeah,
right?
they certainly have.
finished week 2 in top 8, I believe, in terms of their group.
Yeah.
This week as well, they ended yesterday. Where were they? They were on the 4th position
Yeah.
overall. And if they can win a few matches, they also stand a chance of climbing up in the rankings of this particular group, securing a few extra bonus points, and you never know. I mean, qualification is extremely difficult. There's
Yeah.
like a 0.1% chance they make it through. But hey, there is at least a chance.
There is at least a chance, and it will be that 0.1% chance. We'll find that out if that gets converted into a chicken here in this one. But ladies and gentlemen, we're flying on top of some icy land. Our journey starts off from Cement Factory and ends towards Krichas. Now, this is a very interesting flight path. Does cover almost the entirety of the map, apart from like the southern shorelines. But the only interesting thing that I'm looking out for is where are going to be those drop clashes, and where is I Am Officials dropping.
Well, everyone's going to keep their eyes spent on them. And of course, I mean, drop clashes on Weekendy do happen. But look at that, I Am Official. We see them, we see Fury, Lucifer. And it seems like, oh no, they are heading
Oh.
towards Peshkova. God's Reign, they've gone for a
Wait,
They've gone for a 4-man wide split drop. Aquinox,
this is bad news.
he's going to have to run.
This just proves bad news written all over it. I think Aquinox is going to withdraw from that glide. I think he will kind of spot out those parachutes and drop down in the middle of nowhere, really. Just get himself a couple of compounds. But once again, the split drop. We've seen God's Rim do this time and time again. And it seems like this time, it could have been a very risky affair, especially with IM officials and especially with so many teams hot on their tails. It's very easy to kind of take down God's Rim, given the kind of position they are on the overall standings right now.
Yeah, I mean, it is extremely difficult to take them down, but at least you can take Team Together Esports down. That is what will be the attempt of Megastars Gaming. Legit, the last man to arrive is going to start looking for some weapons. With Megastars, they need to be extremely careful. They're going to have to be cautious with how they approach this fight. Early fights in Vikendi, always risky. And especially, I mean, considering both these teams are extremely close to the edge of the circle, they should realize that not a lot of incentive to take this fight. Just 160 meters or so to move on.
The point is, inside of Volnova, there are two other teams, and these are the teams I'm talking about. You've got Team Vintage, you've also got Team Global Esports, Ninja Boy and Cookie 2 OP. What are these two boys going to do? Just staring at each other from one window pane to the other?
Yeah. You
Just
know,
like,
the glare I gave, that's what they're doing to each other right now. Just glaring at each other, yeah.
is it one that you give to your crush, or is it the one that you give to your opposition?
It's the one that I give to you, Salty.
That's not really friendly. And it seems like these
What?
two players aren't really friendly either.
You just called me your best friend when we started the day.
Yeah, but your glare does have some mischievous
Wow,
ideas. We're
ladies
not
and
going to go there right
The
now.
betrayal live on air.
The betrayal is not on me, it's on you. But for now, look at this. It seems like betrayal came in from side of Team Vintage's Cookie has been left all by himself. We just witnessed the car from his friend move out of the situation. Now he's got global esports players all around him. This is bad news. This is betrayal.
It's also the first time I've seen someone leave a cookie behind.
Hey, come on, man. You've got to tolerate your cravings for sugar. You've got to be healthy.
I mean, global esports aren't controlling it. Why should I? They are there. They are hungry. They are hungry for that first pick. And look at them. Ryder, I think he's going to try and check every single position. Even Mavi has joined in. Oh my god, this cookie is definitely getting eaten.
Oh no. I mean, for sure, especially with so many players right around him, I think Cookie has also kind of given up at this point. He knew his fate. There was nothing that he could possibly do about it.
Everyone checked that position, and I think it was just a question of whoever wanted to take that pick got it. Ryder just shows up. He's like, all right, starts pre-firing the angle, finishes him off, and that's the first pick of the match, ladies and gentlemen. Vintage, Cookie 2 OP getting picked off by Global Esports. But luckily for the rest of the players, as you mentioned, the vehicle took off. That was the second man that was present in the entire city. But Vintage, they have the luxury of still looking to survive in this match with 3 players, which is better than nothing.
Exactly. I think that is one of the pros of that particular move. For sure, you've kind of lost Cookie, but I think he was a lost case when he dropped down amidst Global Esports right from the get-go itself. And it's not just them. Have a look at this. Team OG is right in front of Team Wingard. And I think he spotted Rex and Simple. Oh my god,
no.
Global Esports, they have other plans. It's not just one player. They don't just want the cookie. They want the entire sweet packet.
We have seen this before from the side of GE as well. Once they kick things off, they are not going to stop. And this time as well, Global Esports running forward. They've lost their IGL. Mavi has been picked off. Jin on the other side taking shots, or in fact, exchanging the damage with the DBSs. He did get a trade before he went down. Ninja Boy was picked off. Beast found Jin from the side of Vintage, but Vintage, they are not looking to slow down anytime soon. So the nade is going to be lobbed indoors. Going to try and go for a revive as well. In the meanwhile, Global Esports, their revive has already been initiated.
Yeah, it certainly has, but I think Vintage, they do have the much needed time and space. The flash was there, but still, they find the opening, and Global Esports, they are falling back from the back lines. Ryder cleans him up. Global Esports, what a comeback it has been, but they've lost 2 players. Massive, massive costs in this battle.
Ryder. I mean, what an amazing moment from this man. And it's not just the first time we would witness it. Through the windows, sees the 2 lads shooting at his man, sitting on the first floor, and he's like, all right, you guys are distracted now. Both of you pay.
I mean, speaking of paying, I think even Global Esports kind of paid a lot of dividends for that push. It was not really necessary, given their position, was it?
Oh, but talk about positions, and Megastars Gaming find themselves in an awkward one. Blacks was looking to take control of that first floor. Does get into an awkward engagement against the players of Team Together Esports, but in the meanwhile, it's going to be Thunder kicking things off as Krunal from TTE is going to be dropped. 3 players still surviving. There is an opportunity for TTE to still bring themselves back, but Blacks along with Pro this time. He's not alone, sets up a peek. Para BTC getting baited, or although it is him who has set up the bait, Pro is going to be knocked out. Blacks forced back towards the ground floor, and he runs forward. The second one on the board as well. What an amazing move. The confidence in his hands, and of course in his head as well. 2 knocks secured, 2 finishes secured, equalizing the numbers in the fight.
Team Megastars, they're falling like a house of cards right now. Just giving him isolated peaks one by one. Para BTC just relishing that moment once again. A 1v2, quick one, in fact. And I think Team Megastars will be pushed back. They have nothing left in this fight so far. If Thunder and Legend wants to force the occasion, they might actually. Because at this point, in this tournament perspective, I don't really think Megastars have a lot to achieve. Might as well go down with the war. But I think Para BTC is more than enough. He's prepared for the onslaught.
See, in the beginning when all of this began, everyone thought that it was just going to be a battle. Now it's just turned into a war, as you said.
Yeah.
Especially for the teams that are lagging behind in the overall cumulative ranking. Team Together Esports, not one of those names. So for them, it is still important to come out on top. And Megastars, they might have just ruined their entire day with this unfortunate start on Vacant D. Saikat, the best man from this team. We've seen him pull off incredible moments in front of our eyes again and again and again. But this time, will he be enough to drag his team out of this? Para BTC so quick in dodging the damage of the nade. But Megastars, they haven't given up yet.
It's still 2v2. I think for Megastars, they do have a chance in this fight to secure those 2 extra points for themselves. And Team Together Esports, just like you mentioned, I think this is high stakes. It's not just about points and how they kind of fare themselves on the overall standings. I think for Team Together Esports, they've done enough of the heavy lifting inside of week 1 and week 2, but it's all about momentum, it's all about consistency before the grand finals, before you go there at the grand stage. You're going to be playing in front of 20,000. You cannot have a bad week ahead of you if you want to be performing at your highest levels.
Let's see how this game is going to turn out. So far, ladies and gentlemen, not a lot happening in the map of Vacant D apart from that early scuffle by the players of Global Esports, where they did lose 3 players. Ryder was able to keep his team and the hopes of the team to secure extra points in this game alive. And towards Wallnova is where we were seeing Megastars clash with the players of Team Together Esports, but it seems like the teams have settled their differences.
Yeah.
Well, at least are waiting for the other team to mess up so that they can secure the points. There's a peace treaty signed. As of now, I'm officially expected them to actually move towards Volnova and third party the entire fight, because they were moving from the northern side of Volnova down south. But they've made a 200 IQ move. They've gone around the city, moved through Winery towards Abbey, and now have entered the zone just south of Tovar.
And they're going to find so much empty space. This is just Vikendi every single time, right? There's so much space to move about, and I'm officials just exploiting that. Once again, just refraining themselves from battle. But it seems like every single team who will try and enter the circle, they're going to have a tough time. Look at this right now, growing strong. On the other side, they are trying to approach Villa, but it's already been occupied by Team CK, Cincinnati Kids. Definitely not the best of run inside the competition, but can give you a run for your money if you take them on a 4v4 battle. Very experienced players.
Yeah, they are quite experienced, and it will be extremely difficult though for them to survive. We expected a lot from CK in this tournament, but unfortunately they haven't delivered quite a lot this entire time. And again, still lacking behind. GS on the other side though, they have that safety cushion we talked about to work with. Megastars, the smoke. It was spammed by Saikat. He did dish out a little bit of damage onto Thunder, but there is an opportunity for them to heal up and re-engage against the players of Team Together Esports. Now, Para BTC, the Malta was there to push him in the back lines. And Megastars, they're still looking to move forward. Looking to wrap around with the nade from Saikat. So precise, Legend is going to be dropped. Thunder takes a nasty hit to the face. survives with barely any HP, and he has no healing utility left. Just a few bandages. He's down to around 40 HP. And Team Together Esports, they need to realize that as soon as they finish off this individual, well, the quicker they finish him off, the quicker they can move out of the city of Volnova and move towards the circle.
Exactly, but for Thunder, I think he's sort of patched himself up at least to a fighting position. The stance is definitely not there. He's trying to hold them at bay, but Team Together Esports, they're not really committing any errors. I mean, it could have been very easy for Saikat and ParaBTC to just charge towards him, but that just puts Thunder at the pedestal. Two players out in the open, and Team Together Esports, they made their decision to kind of approach him differently. I like what they're doing. Smoke's being laid down so that they can cross over and figure out a different angle. Thunder will be left clueless.
I mean, they can just move out of the city now. And I think that is what they're trying to do, because look at the radar, they were just moving.
Is Thunder amongst those 0.01% of the germs that Digital fails to clean up?
Wow, sorry. Wow.
I mean, why would you ignore him when you've cleaned up the rest of the team? He's right there. He does not have any healing utility. Just has a stun grenade.
I have no idea. I mean, we're going to ask Saikat that, I guess. Like, you're doing so well in the overall finishes. Why would you leave one more?
Yeah, exactly. You're doing so well. You ate. Just leave no crumbles back. But back in this fight, back towards Villa, we've got Growing Strong and Team CK. Just held at bay, but once again, this starting fight, Global Esports and Team Vintage.
This match has been filled with a lot of awkward engagements, to be honest. I mean, none of these fights make any sense. Look at what just happened between the players of Team Together Esports. To be honest, I thought Blacks would be in the advantageous position over there, and he would be the one finding that opening pick. But no, he just ends up baiting his own teammate. Pro goes down, Blacks tries to save him, he gets picked off.
Yeah, I like how you say that these fights make no sense whatsoever, but especially with the teams who are reeling at the bottom, I think this is a chance at redemption, Johnny.
For them it's a party, right? For them it's a ball. They have the freedom to work with, do whatever they please, and whatever they do, it's not going to change their future.
And no matter how many times or no matter how much do you want to evade yourself or ignore yourself from these fights, you just cannot avoid them.
Yeah, that's a problem for the teams at the top.
Exactly, right? So it's a conflict of interest that both these two parties will have to suffer, and this is how the outcome of every single tournament is in its final stages. Teams at the top, teams who have had early success, they will always have to prepare for these ending battles. And one of them will be God's Reign. Because they're right at the edge of qualification.
Yeah. They need those points. They're very desperate for those points. And hopefully this game of Weekend, if they can convert it, maybe they can bring it back. But look at this. A standstill between Wingod and the players of OG. Both the squads taking either sides of the city streets over there of Goroka. And I guess with the blue zone closing in about 20 seconds, both these teams, I hope they're forced to move out, because then we will get to witness actually who survives and who gets taken out.
Are you forgetting this is the map of Vikendi? They will not get forced to move out.
Yeah,
they
it's stage 3.
I mean, just hear the calmness. Just look at the peace that is all around the circle.
You want to hear what pin drop silence is like?
Well,
that is it.
That is it. Not a single ditch of movement. And even on the map, right, everyone is standstill. Just look at that. You've only got 5-filter esports who is in their vehicles trying to kind of put themselves in a central position. But even that wasn't really a lot.
So let's talk about the zone, right? This zone, the reason you don't see a lot of the teams in the center is because there's only one position in center, Villa, and it's very difficult to retake against anyone. So any team moving towards Villa this late in the game will get ambushed and will get picked off. It's a very risky move, and that is why you see the clusters form towards Mount Kresnik. You're going to see the cluster form towards the shoreline just south of Port Vosto, and that is going to be the play. Those are going to be the places where the teams are going to play from. I believe IM officials, we saw them on the map in the city of Towar. They have a brilliant spot to work with for the late game stages, but in order to move on from there and actually stand a chance of winning this game, they will have to keep all 4 players alive. In the meanwhile, though, Beast on our screens, ladies and gentlemen, trying to make a rotation, trying to get himself and actually Ryder, his only surviving teammate, to safety, was had taken a few shots from the players of IM Official, but did in fact manage to survive. Ryder just follows up, and both the players are going to enter the circle as safe as possible.
Exactly. I mean, on that western edge, there is so much space that Global Esports should not really have a lot of problems. But now look at this. The entirety of Team Together Esports, of course, just two players I meant over there, just moving in that single vehicle, and they were under heavy fire. Even Saikas right now is so much pressured. The vehicle was on air, mid-air. Saika tried to disembark, but that is not how things work. And Johnny, I see your nod of disappointment.
I don't think getting out of that vehicle was a game plan for Parrot BTC. He exited. Saika was like, no, let's just go. And he just went all in. He sent it out there. Para BTC, though, he's going to be about, well, he'll be sent back to the lobby at this point. Just hiding behind that rock. Nothing left to do, and I'm official. They're going to gun him down. 2 finishes in the hands of Inferno. And also, look at how interesting this is. I'm official. For the first time, we are seeing them take things this slow in this map of Vacandy. Not just Vacandy, anywhere. They are being extremely patient. This was a fight they knew for a fact they were going to win because they just saw 2 players in that Zima.
Yeah. Exactly. I think the patience is the keyword that IM officials are displaying right now. How much is it going to help them? I'm not really sure, but hopefully week 3, they can show their true potential. I mean, if not on the overall standings, possibly inside of Group Blue standings, they can make a mark certainly. But look at this. Another team looking to make a mark, looking to make their name inside of the community, representing the Northeast. You've got Team TWM. They have got the players from Team OST right underneath his crosshairs, but I think they don't really have the compulsion to move, considering that they are holding this nice little spot in Mount Kresnik. You know the circle will be in this vicinity for a while right now.
It's all about information, right? It's all about information. If TWM have the information of all 4 players from the side of OST, then, only then can they try and approach the situation. Then Ninja can actually take the risk of trying to pick off a few players. If they don't, then it's them risking themselves, because you never know. OST can always go for a flank, move up from either sides of the hill and pick the players of TWM off one by one. But ladies and gentlemen, we have a shift of the zone moving between Podvosto and Villa. And this is going to be interesting because all of a sudden now God's Reign is in the prime position to win this entire game. They're smack in the center, 2 teams up close. There's going to be Fly up north, Stellar Titans down south. But considering there's no incentive to fight, I think God's Reign can just stay inside their cover position and protect themselves until they are forced out by the circle.
Hey, I'm going to make a bold statement right here. I think TWM have a very good position and they might just be able to win this game. If they deal with the pressure coming in from OST, they have nothing to fear for in the next 2 stages. I think the biggest curveball inside of Vikendi that comes is the 5th circle, and we will be waiting for that. At least for now, though, inside of stage 4, majority of the teams are still inside the circle. So there will be minimal movement. There will be minimal gunshots heard. It's just that Team IM officials are there making the rotation inside. And there is another team who is a 2-man lineup right in front of them. That is Global Esports.
Now look at this. Ninja has gone ahead and spotted out 2 players from the side of OST. Initially, when he only saw Outcast, he was a little too overeager to take that fight. But when he saw Adi in the back lines, he instantly backed off. Now he needs to be careful because the moment Ninja starts taking those shots, he's going to get shot at from the flank as well. Hitler will have a brilliant angle to work with, and he can definitely take him down in a single spray. But Outcast from the back lines, and this is the flank that I was talking about. None of us saw this coming. But Ninja, he was prepared for it. I believe footsteps were heard. At TWM, they're going to be aware about the players from OST climbing up this hill.
I think the jump or the little bit of a climb which Outcast just made right now, I think those footsteps were heard by Ninja. It will be interesting to find out if that is enough cue, because look at this. I think Outcast is in enemy territory already. He has crossed enemy borders and he's being the snitch. He's being the spy. He's got so much information, but also the flank angle once again. But look at this, Hitler in the middle of nowhere. What on earth is happening? No information whatsoever being passed by Outcast.
No information to work upon an Outcast. They might have just run into a trap. Hitler did take a lot of damage from that one spray, but still the knock wasn't secured. Devotee in the back lines can change everything. But ladies and gentlemen, another fight breaking out, and this one is going to be between the last 2 survivors of Global Esports and the side of IM Official. Beast The nade through the rooftop. Bullet taking a lot of damage, and Beast goes ahead and secures the opening knock. There's going to be a finish to follow up. Ryder is there to help him out, but I'm official. Can they recover?
They certainly can recover from this one. I'm officials. It seems like the deadlock has been broken. It's just about finding that finish, and now a 2v3 does not really sound that impossible, especially with Ryder continuously getting those information for himself. The smokes have been laid upon to find the resurrection on board. But it seems like I'm officials. They're not going to find that timing on Beast was perfect. And now Ryder and Beast, they've got to regroup once again, Johnny.
They definitely have to regroup for sure. It is going to be extremely difficult though, especially considering they don't really realize or know where to expect the players of Global Esports to peak from, or when will these two individuals start shooting in their direction. In the meanwhile though, there's another team in the distance that will try to gatekeep both these squads in the form of 5-Filter Esports, who are there towards the southeastern edge of the circle. They're waiting for their opportunity to strike. Look at that map. Another shift of the circle, and this one is going to be a hard shift actually, taking the teams back towards the side of Villa. But Beast in the meanwhile still engaged against the side of I'm Official. Both the sides exchanging a lot of utility within themselves. Lucifer, he's been dropped extremely low. The Molotov is not going to do anything. But Stellar Titans, wait, what is going on over here? A slam towards the compound in control of 5-Filter Esports, and 5-Filter Esports filtering the competition. One more squad eliminated.
Absolutely, Stellar Titans just not even standing a chance. But going back, look at the finish feed. Beast has burned down Lucifer. Inferno has been knocked out. It's just Smurf from IM Officials and Global Esports. They're marching ahead. All of the players have been taken down. These two young lads have done the unthinkable, and now they're coming in from both the angles. It is an overload on Smurf. It's a 1v1, but Smurf finds a contact. He will get the finish for himself. He is still bleeding out, but this has been devastating for both teams. It almost felt like Global Esports did the hard work, but inside the final hurdle, here they fall.
Well, they've already fallen, committing into the blue zone to try and pick off that last player. Now that is called aggression. But look at the shift of the circle, ladies and gentlemen. CK, Cincinnati Kids, in the smack center of the zone. Can they win their first chicken dinner? Now that is the question that we would all love to find the answer to. In the meanwhile, towards the north, we have Team Executors holding on to a brilliant spot as well. They will have a nice little hill to work with. And of course, Wingod, the only team to have any concrete cover inside this lobby anymore.
I'm still going with Team TWM as of now, Johnny. This is a very bold pick, but look at where Team CK are right now. So much pressure. And it seems like they have been kind of forced out of the Villa main compound. It's Team Wingod who is in flux. But on the other side, it's 5-Filter Esports putting pressure against God's Reign. And Aquanox, he's been left behind. Guys, you're missing one of your comrades.
But they don't care. They are looking to escape. Aquanox is going to be taken out. And yet, God's Reign, they escape. Just barely surviving on a sliver of HP. FFE, they tried their level best, but unfortunately that will be the end of it. Wait, my apologies, Aquanox, he was never out. In fact, he's taking the opposition down, nade after nade. Two players knocked out. Finally, Aquanox, he realizes now is his time to bid adieu to the competition. Says bye-bye to the players from the side of 5-Filter Esports, and will be able to safely join his comrades on the other side. Although a lot of damage has been taken by that vehicle, and Aquanox is going to be forced to run out in the open. And it will be Growing Strong who eventually find that knock.
Absolutely. I mean, using the hit marker, Sparky will find the contact on towards Aquanox. Through the smoke, that was phenomenal, but the nade that comes in always is going to bite the dust, and now it's all left on to Blaze. The maximum support that he could provide from the backlines, but Growing Strong, they have been invincible so far, and look at this team just charging towards God's Reign right now.
God's Reign, they are done. That was it. There is no way you come out of that.
That synced perfectly, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, there was no way they were coming out of that. They knew it. I knew it. Growing Strong knew it.
Absolutely. But will Growing Strong be able to outrun Team Wingod inside of the Villa compound? That will be the question. But for now, it's Team Fly Esports charging against two different teams. It's TWM on one side, Destiny, and the spray transfer was almost there.
Well, let's see though. Exist! He's going to be dropped. Tried to go for a Molotov on the opposition, but before the molly popped, he's going to be dropped. Philo, though, out in the open. He's just proning next to his teammate Destiny, who's been knocked out. Fly Esports, 2 players down. Asur is well spotted out. It's just Rio in the backlines who's trying his level best to see if he can bring his team back. But it seems like that is going to be a massive struggle. TWM from that high ground doing a brilliant job, but this is surprising. TWM, they've been in so many fights this entire match, and yet they do not have a single finish to show for that.
Absolutely. But at least they do not have any casualties as well. But it's not going to be for long as the circle shifts away from them. They're under heavy fire. And it seems like Believe is just unloading magazines after magazines on top of this team. Multiple knockouts. Team CK have done a brilliant job moving outside of Villa and getting themselves a smaller compound, which shall be easier to hold. And they've done a brilliant job. Still 30 meters outside the circle. It seems like they have to finish their job here very quickly and move inwards.
Well, let's see. I mean, CK, they've been doing phenomenal, as you mentioned. What is Sam doing, though? Just running that Zima in circles. His teammates, in the meanwhile, getting picked off. Nade after nade lobbed in their direction. Rico is going to secure those points for himself. 2 eliminations for Fly Esports now finally putting themselves on the board. But as we have talked about it, CK, they've dominated this lobby this entire time, and they will look forward to finishing off the players of Fly Esports. Rico spotted out. Brilliant knock secured by Dreams.
Absolutely. Now only one player remains. That's going to be Asur. Once again, brilliant contact with that vehicle explosion. And now Asur barely survives. He will get pushed by the blue zone extremely soon. But it seems like Team CK will be a massive taunt. Such an open ground in front of him to cover. I don't think without the vehicle it will be humanly possible for Fly Esports to get back to safety.
I don't think they're getting anywhere, but I think this team is just done. Their journey in this match is going to be over as well. Asur, the last man left, and I think CK, even if preemptively they just lob a nade in this direction, he's going to be finished off. Plus, look at that. Shots being fired on the car means the line of fire was available to the last individual from the side of 5 Filter Esports. Oh, they see him.
Nade.
Not nade. He's just going to shoot him down. There we go.
I almost thought I saw a trajectory over there, but Fly Esports, it seems like the trajectory was from the Vikendi back to the spawn island.
Oh no, but CK from one good moment to a horrible one. Believe is going to be dropped. Just 2 players remaining. It's down to Ultron and Believe, but they are not looking to stop anytime soon. 6 eliminations on the board for the side of CK. But guess who's back in this match? It is Growing Strong. All 4 players. This team, they've waited for this opportunity for so long. The journey that started in week 1, finally it's going to meet a worthy conclusion, I guess, in week 3. Growing Strong still present in this match with 8 elimination points inside the top 4. Wingod, their next target. The nade from Sparky Eye connecting onto that lad. HP drifting away. But still 3 players are there, so Wingod, it's not going to be an easy fight for GS to win.
Exactly, but for GS, I think the only problem is while they are so focused on Wingod, from the backline, CK might actually come back and hurt them. They've got the advantage of the topography. They've got the lines of sight as well. It is very easy for Dreams and others to just lob in the nade and damage Team Growing Strong massively in this one. Even Wingod, as a matter of fact, they are scared to take a step because Growing Strong, they have complete control of the circle, which again is in no man's land, Johnny.
Yeah, it's in the middle of nowhere, and you have all of these teams stuck in awkward positions. So that as well, even the terrain itself is going to cause a lot of chaos in this final fight. And I keep seeing one of the players from sort of GS in the backlines. I wonder, are they prepping for a heal battle strat in case things go wrong?
While all of this is happening, there's another team who kind of crossed all our attention. That is Team Executors in the backlines. All 4 players surviving, but all of that is going to happen later on. Let's just focus on this fight right now. Nade from Godbot is absolutely precise, and it's just simple.
Yeah, it is that. It is simple from the other side. Just remaining Rex in the backlines, but Growing Strong, they do end up securing those finishes for themselves. CK in the distance are going to be wiped out. Last 2 teams remaining, but GS with all the numbers on their board. I think it is time. They can clean things up. Executors, they've been out of the action for so long, but they have the high ground advantage to work with. Godbot was knocked out in this kerfuffle that happened a few moments ago, but luckily for him, Sparky Eye was there. Oh no, I take my words back. Executors are set up to win this game because GS, them climbing that ridge is going to be a challenge. The blue zone is closing in, and Executors, they are already inside the circle. Just a few nades beside the players of GS, and I think the entire team is going to be wiped out.
Oh no. I think slowly and steadily Sparky and Godbot will be able to make the climb. Look at Godbot trying to do some parkour moves. Hopefully that is successful before the blue zone engulfs them. Executors constantly keep up the pressure. The nade, it was almost perfect, nigh perfect in that one. Growing Strong constantly have been pushed back into this ridge, but Executors, they have got so much control. Johnny, just like you mentioned, it seems like the game has been written.
There's a final 4v4 between these two teams, and GS, it's just the terrain, the literal uphill battle that's stopping them.
They've covered a lot of ground. They've recovered from that situation, especially with Sparky coming right behind this loot box. But this nade opens things up, and Nitin finds first contact.
Well, that's going to be the first knock in this fight, and it is going to be secured as well. 7 eliminations on the board for the Executors. And look at that, Nitin. He's doing all of this by himself. 6 for the man alone. 3 players remaining from the side of GS, Faith, Godbot, and Eclipse. And after their teammate got finished off, they have been stopped in their track. But finally, the Danger Man out of the picture. Nitin is going to be dropped. Godbot kicking things off. Sneak spotted out. The blue zone damage enough to take him down. But the nade dropping too. And the rest fall as well. Growing Strong, not looking so strong in this fight. They fall. And it is going to be the Executors securing an impressive winner chicken dinner at the end of Weekendy. 9 points on the board for finishes, 15 for the chicken, 24 points coming their way. But will that be enough? I don't think so.
I'm not really sure for that, but
yeah.
Team Executors, it was a good game for them at least. Their rotation was spot on. Coming inside the final circle, completely undetected, and then taking out the competition, especially who was on top. I felt it was a very good move from them.
Yeah, it was a brilliant move indeed. But unfortunately, I mean, it was such an awkward game of Weekendy. The circle, very awkward. I mean, even the last fight where GS had to climb up could have gone either way. Nitin stepping out from behind that car, getting knocked out, then Sneak in the back lines, taking damage from the blue. It was that one nade from Rescue that was able to rescue the hopes and dreams of Executors in that final fight.
Absolutely. But at this point, I think it's not just Growing Strong. It's not just Executors. Growing Strong as well. You've got to give credits to how beautifully they've played so far in this game. Once again, just securing those high finish numbers and coming up with that second spot. I think they will topple Team Executors in terms of the overall standings.
I think they can definitely. GS was definitely moving quite high up in the rankings. Not the weekly. I'm talking about the overall, the 96 teams. You're talking about the weekly rankings?
Yeah.
I think, weekly.
But with that being said, I think Growing Strong, this was certainly an important game for them. But what about Wingard? All of these discussions is going to follow, ladies and gentlemen, after we come back, after this very short break. We've got something special for you guys. Well, Weekendy is done and dusted.
Yeah.
But, of course, you've got to talk about certain big names involved in this competition. And right off the get-go, we had some big eliminations. Global esports being taken down. How does that affect the overall rankings, the weekly rankings, of course?
I mean, see, Global esports, we've seen them, what they did on Weekendy. We've seen the same game plan work out quite nicely for them multiple times on a wrangle, right? That blind aggression, see a team, just run after them, finish everyone, move on to the next, rinse and repeat until you win the game. And they are the only team, along with Blind, I guess, in this entire tournament, 2 squads that can make it work, who actually have players of that caliber to pull off that level of aggression. But again, if you play like that, you have to be ready to be on the receiving end as well, because you can't win every single fight. And sometimes when you are on the receiving end, you're going to lose a few players. But I believe GE did have a few nice finishes to work with.
They certainly had a few nice finishes that we are going to witness in the highlights once again. First, it was Team Vintage, and we thought the Team Vintage actually went pretty close. In fact, they got 2 players from Global Esports down, but then, of course, it was that fight against IM officials which just got me riled up.
Yeah, I mean, that was incredible. I thought GE were done, but the utility usage from the side of Beast was absolutely incredible. Plus, again, I think it was the fact that IM official were put under pressure from the flanks as well by the other teams that helped the players of Global Esports out, because I did notice there were shots coming in from the distance. But still, GE, they were so brilliant in capitalizing on the opportunity. This was the move that ruined everything, though.
Yeah.
Their decision to push into the blue zone to try and take the fight. I think they could have just waited for that man from the side of IM official to reveal himself.
Absolutely. Even Team TWM, as a matter of fact, I think the fact that they were just completely taken off guard by the 5th circle hard shift, I think that kind of ruined their chance inside of this game. And then look at this fight, so scrambled, just God's reign, trying to smash against Villa in that situation, but they were being taken down by Growing Strong as well.
Yeah, it was just completely awkward. And TWM, I think that was one of the most awkward moments we witnessed in this entire match, because TWM, I was expecting them to actually come out on top. They had so much, they had the numbers advantage to work with, they had the high ground to work with against the players of Fly. But you know what changed everything? It was the flank from the players of CK. But here we have, ladies and gentlemen, GS, they tried their level best. They took down Wingard as well. They have so many eliminations to work with. But just that one nade that will be witnessed in a few short moments changed everything. And this was that nade, taking down 2 players, Faith with a pixel of HP, and not even a bullet was required in the end to finish him off. It was just the blue zone that ended the misery for GS.
I kind of feel bad, man, because for Growing Strong, they had to make a massive climb, and once they actually got the climb for themselves, I thought that, all right, fine, now it's going to be a gun duel, and now it's going to be 50-50, but that one nade just completely spoiled things off. And if I am not mistaken, I think Growing Strong also suffered from a lack of utility, because majority of it was dumped in that fight against Wingard Esports as well. So, taking all things into consideration, you can't really blame Growing Strong for that fight. But Executors, yes, I think they do deserve the credit for getting this chicken dinner.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Executors were quite brilliant. I mean, they did not get overhyped about themselves or did not get over aggressive in a few fights. They were very patient in that final fight.
Absolutely. And speak of being patient, I guess we were patiently waiting for something which is very interesting. We were waiting for this amazing voice
BGIS.
Since BGIS, we were waiting for Ranveer Singh himself to join the game and have his voice back, ladies and gentlemen. It is available inside of the game right now. Do make sure that you check it out and use it with your friends. Hopefully, your friends will get startled. How did your voice change to Ranveer Singh? Hopefully, can we actually do that on our mics? Just change our voice to Ranveer Singh. Production, can you hear me?
I don't think that's going to happen, sir. I don't think that's going to happen.
I mean, it could have been very interesting, you know. I mean, you could have taken some Ranveer Singh voice, and then I could have been salty myself. We could have done a podcast ours, the Miramar podcast ours. It would have been fun.
Miramar podcast Bollywood edition.
Bollywood edition.
That is what we would call it. But I think we should have done that at the start of the day, because the last map is Erangel.
Actually, having said that, I think Erangel is going to be fun, because the start of the day, you remember that circle, right? You remember that military base circle, and today entirely the day, apart from I think Vikendi, the circles have been phenomenal.
You missed out on the biggest thing from the first game, that 1v6 that was there.
I mean, yeah.
But, I mean, we talk about incredible moments. Let's have a look at who will be the MVP of this game. Which was the player who gave us a lot of incredible moments in this matchup, and I think it has to be someone from the side of, Nitin, from the Executors, because 6 eliminations all by himself, and this was before they showed up to that final fight. So he was the one doing all the job in the backlines, and Executors, as I mentioned, not a lot of aggression from this team. Just 9 eliminations, not a big number compared to what the players of GS have.
Absolutely. I think I'm kind of a little sad because we did not actually get to see Nitin get majority of those finishes. But on the other side, you've got Godbot with 5 finishes. This man just keeps climbing up on those MVP rankings, Johnny. Every single time, just performing for his team. You've got Eclipse, you've got Faith, 3 players from Team Growing Strong, and then 1 from Global Esports. Ryder also deserves this pedestal.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Ryder is one of those consistent players, just like Ninja Boy and Beast in the side of Global Esports, and he has been quite incredible. But look at this, it's time to move forward to the point rankings, ladies and gentlemen, and we have Growing Strong. Even though the chicken dinner wasn't theirs, they still walk away with the most number of points from this match, 25 on the board. The Executors finishing second in terms of points, 24, not too shabby. Actually, a pretty brilliant game from this team. Wingard with 15, you have CK. For the first time, we see CK do well. They make it to the top 4 of a match with 6 eliminations on the board, 14 points secure.
Absolutely. 5 Filter Esports and Global Esports, 10 and 8 respectively. I think Global Esports, they did really well with those finishes, but the position points is where they are going to be hurt. TWM, nothing too major. I am officials. Both of my predictions went horribly bad, Johnny.
You have been cursing teams since day one, Salty. What did you expect, my friend?
It's fine, it's fine. Somebody has to be the devil, and the devil only curses, ladies and gentlemen. Team Together Esports, let's just talk about them for a second. I mean, Para BTC, I had high expectations, but this team also could not actually survive the wrath of IM officials in that one. But the talk of the town has to be God's Reign and Team OST, as a matter of fact, because they have constantly been trickling down the charts right now. And I think it's high time before they start performing, because otherwise, I think they lack opportunities right now. Not a lot of games remain.
Yeah, I think the opportunity has started to slip, and they are just holding on to it by a single thread, like at the edge. That is what is happening right now. Yeah, I realize there are no threads, but it was a metaphor, Salty. But still, I mean, hope is still hanging by a thread for them. At least it is still there. They have a few big games. Maybe they push through, but it is still going to be down to the wire. They're walking the razor's edge.
They certainly are walking the razor's edge, but the problem still remains the same, right? Just having a panic moment in that situation, I kind of felt Aquanox being in the backlines could have actually resurrected back things, especially with how he was dealing with the pressure. The nade was there. He tried to flee away from the fight using his vehicle, but all of a sudden just crashed onto Villa and gets taken down.
My perspective on this would be completely different. If I was Aquanox, I would just lob more nades, start shooting, do everything to finish them off. I know for a fact my team is good enough to actually do better with three-man roster.
Absolutely. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like we are going to move on from that map of Vikendi. For sure, it was heavy, it was hot, and it certainly was cold in terms of atmospheres. But now we are going back to the tropical islands of Erangel. It's going to be lush green fields and some heavy hitters involved in as well. You've got God's Reign, you've got Team OG, TWM, Global Esports, Team Together Esports as well. You've got WinGod, CK, I'm officials from group number 3. And from Group 6, you've got the table toppers in the form of Team Insane, you've got Team Galaxy, you've got Team Medal, and along with them, we've got one man, the Pink Panther himself, fixes his back on the desk, casting the last game. I've been doing a good job with the introduction so far today.
I don't know if I really would love to call myself a Panther, but yeah, I think I'll take it. I'll take it. But you know, I've been churning out the numbers, and I'm seeing that God's Reign's qualification looks a little bleak. But there are a few teams, like you talk about Galaxy, they have been doing amazing, to be honest. I think this is one of those teams that might make it. For WinGod, I think if you look at the performance in Erangel yesterday, they've been getting those top 3 positions. Today also a decent game of Vikendi. But the bad part, the sad part, Salty, is no matter how much they try, if they maybe get in the top 3 somehow, miraculously get the bonus points, they might qualify, but seems very difficult.
I think entirety of the picture for Group Blue lies on the bonus points at this point, because if they will not be able to garner adequate number of points from the games themselves, it is possibly just topping the charts which might help them. But even that kind of sounds bleak, because Reckoning have had a fantastic run today. 130, almost 30 bomb, and then you've got an 18-pointer game, which kind of puts them in contention with Team Insane for Group Blue.
Yeah, I think, starting into week number 3, they had 82 points or something. Now they've crossed over 60. They're now right at the top. And if they get those 25 points, and there are chances that they might qualify. So definitely, the stakes are high for Reckoning, and we know that these players do deliver, especially with the kind of a revelation that Hunter has been, especially when you talk about him being a part of Team Gravity earlier, being introduced there along with Clowny leaving the roster, then now them finding the final jigsaw to their puzzles in form of Aimbot and Hunter. How have they been playing? They're amazing.
They've been amazing so far, and for sure, I think Reckoning Esports, pardon me for that, might just be able to make it. But there is another team whose concerns are still remaining, and that is going to be Medal Esports. And I'm not really sure how this team is going to progress from this point on, because they've been struggling throughout every single game that they play. Their mid game is not really that great.
And the worst part is that the players you would expect to perform haven't really shown up. You get in a new player, Siam. He's been top fragging for the team. You certainly do miss Kyoya's presence. I feel like Top Dog has taken a lot of pressure on him, and it's too much, because Encore, he's not just been there. I mean, the kind of performance you expect from him hasn't been there. But bear in mind, Team Medal did have a chance before week number 3 started.
Yes.
The games haven't really been converted into the way they wanted.
Exactly, and I think if you previously can, compare Medley Sports and their performance, initially their average game used to be placing themselves inside the top 5. Their best games used to be high fragging affairs with a chicken dinner. Inside of BMPS, especially inside of week 3 so far, it seems like their best games have been placing themselves inside the top 5. They haven't really thought of getting the chicken dinner with some big numbers, and that has hurt them. The standards which Medley Sports set for themselves have definitely come back to hurt them, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think the best we've seen from Medal was, of course, in the INDKR. Floya just going all out, but we all do miss him. But he's in a different team who will play later on. But now, focusing on the final game of the evening, it is going to be a wrangle, and eyes will be on the other teams. I think God's Reign, the deed has been done. I feel like no matter how hard they try, there are very less chances that they succeed.
Well, we'll find that out. But look at the flight path that we have in front of our screens right now. It starts off from Georgopol and ends towards at the military base. You do have the teams dropping down, but once again, the priority will be simple to try and figure out where are those drop collisions happening. And we do have a massive cluster on the northern hemisphere. What is happening, Fixes?
I think teams are dropping off where they want to, because one thing for sure, considering the fact that you do not have Clue playing in the lobby, God's Reign will have a little bit of a glimmer of having a safe pathway inside the circle. But Global Esports, bear in mind, we did see them, trying to, just lure the players of God's Reign out and maybe take them down. Eventually, they did the deed. But, this is again one of those matches where you have to focus on some other teams, the likes of maybe Team Together Esports. I think they've had a decent run so far in week number 1 and week number 2. Heading on to week 3, there has been a fall, don't you think?
Exactly, and me and Johnny were having this conversation where this might actually come back and hit them, but let's just focus on this one as a matter of time, because you've got two Titans going up against one another. Hyderabad Hydras just dropping out in the middle of nowhere, and God's Reign, they had the early inventory to work with. Ninja Jod with the Uzi could not find that connection. It was a golden opportunity. You've got Joker Top G in the high ground. He does have some weapon to work with as well. And God's Reign right now will realize that this isn't really going to be as easy as they thought.
I like this movement from Joker. Realizes that his position has been compromised. Let me try and find another angle. Now you've got the other two players, and there you go. The cavalry does arrive, but Owace does not have a lot going on. Just a pistol there to work things out. But it has to be somebody from Equinox or Blaze. We do see how he has a Molotov there. If he can flush a player out or maybe get a knock, this is where maybe God's Reign go in for the push.
I mean, look at that from Blaze once again, just completely taking the rooftop by storm, lighting it up on fire with the Molotov. But Hyderabad Hydras, it seems like Joke Top G, it's going to take much more than that to actually shake him from that position. He finds the first contact, and Owace has been knocked down. Without the leader, God's Reign might actually have a massive world of trouble. The only problem is Hyderabad Hydras, they lack throwables fixes.
Not just that, in fact, if you make things worse for God's Reign, they do not have any meds on the players. Equinox still holding on to the compound, does have a shotgun, certainly can relay all that information, would want to have them trapped, and indeed opens things up, gets another knock. That's beautiful stuff from God's Reign, as now Equinox will get those finishes. But now God's Reign do understand for a fact that they've got not a lot to lose, so seems like they might want to go all out on this.
Absolutely. With that being said, the nades, of course, come flying from Madman. Hyderabad Hydras, they've tried everything in their arsenal. But it seems like God's Reign, they are very difficult to shake up. Joker Top G, his efforts were there to take down Owace, but that's all it. His teammates could not actually capitalize, and it's the best interest for Hyderabad Hydras to fall back from this situation. But it's going to be very tough.
Look at Owace, he's just got a crossbow. Do you think he can connect? In fact, it's Ninja Jod who's decided to take up on such an important responsibility. But for Hyderabad Hydras, yeah, of course, they've been taking those losses there. And now on a little bit of a back foot, Salty. And from here onwards, seems like Equinox has a slight idea of the whereabouts of Madman, who is an amazing assaulter, but lately has been telling that he's been had a change of roles. And yeah, Madman just lured out, has been spotted. Let's see how God's Reign pick on this one.
I mean, the only problem for God's Reign is just not losing players in this one. I think Joker as well as Madman will try and ensure that they take down at least two players before succumbing to their injuries. Of course, And Madman and Joker, they hold their respective angles, which is pinned down God's Reign. No movement whatsoever. And it's been some time that these two teams have had a deadlock for themselves. The influx comes in and Ninja Jot holding the back lines. I like what I see.
Yeah, me too. But Joker, realizing that, yeah, the flush has come in, he goes outside the compound. But Ninja certainly doesn't have an angle on him yet. But God's Reign, they will be checking all the nooks and crannies. And they formed a little bit of a crossfire over here. But the big question is, how many bullets do these players have on their magazines, as now surely must be running out of it. But in the grand scheme of things, God's Reign outside of Yasnaya barely have any loot to survive, and the stage 1 is starting to close in, and there you go. Done and dusted. God's Reign have won the fight, but yeah, like we just discussed, Salty, where do they go from over here? Because Yasnaya, it is already occupied by the Rippers.
That fight had a massive price to pay, and that was time, and it seems like God's Reign, they will be lacking time in this first circle to loot up and stock up on that inventory that I was talking about. Galaxy Esports on the other side, it seems like they have had some uninvited neighbors, IM officials, starting to flush inside the school main compound. And it's a proper 4v4 battle. Initial contact has been established. The first shots being fired. Nova just holding the opposition at bay for a second, and it's a school building where all this pandemonium is happening. I did not expect school building to break out into an all-out war right in the early stages, Fixes.
And it is between two of the teams that have been performing really well in week number 3. I'm officials. They've had their good days. We've seen in the last match, did have their moments as well. But that grenade from Lucifer hits right on the sweet spot. Raftar being taken down. Seems like things are now opening up for I'm officials.
It certainly is. I'm officials finding another connection with the nade itself. And finally, all of their players just waiting to flush inside. But Galaxy, they've made that jump. Moving in from that first floor now down to the bottom, and now one by one their players are falling. IM officials, where was this team in the entire tournament so far? Now they look ruthless, they look fearless so far, and they are hunting down their opposition. This is a dog chase right now. IM officials, they're absolutely dominating, and Smurf, he's gonna clean the floor with his opposition.
Yeah, Team Galaxy, they work out between a rock and a hard place, nowhere to run and hide, and IM officials made this school into a slaughterhouse. Just kind of took them down over there. But when you talk about Galaxy officials, you know, this is one of those teams, esports in fact, they've been having such an amazing run. You've been talking about Saurav, DP, they've been doing very well on the Fraggerboards, and we felt like this is one of those teams that could make it to the Eka Arena, but seems like this one little fall can end up hurting them, as we have another fight. In fact, it's a replay. Another fight that did break around somewhere around maybe Novoripnoi, where T7S, they've taken quite a little fall. But, you know, so much has been happening, Salty, that we've not had the luxury to talk about the circle, which could be absolutely anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, the circle, once again, let's just have the map on our screens for a sec, and then we will talk about that. But once again, this fight, IM officials just dominating the vendetta that we were talking about. IM officials, they've come here with revenge in their mind. And even Galaxy Esports, right, they tried to defend, they tried to kind of create little choke points all across their school compounds. But this entire region is just so big that it's very hard for 4 players to control it all by themselves. And that allowed IM officials all the space in the world.
Yeah, I mean, the floodgates got opened the moment Raftar was taken down in that position, right? Both these players trying their level best to, you know, kind of get that early initial knock. It was IM officials that favored that, and as a result of which they kind of went ahead. But now God's Reign, now this is something that I really do not like, because they've again, just like a cat, have followed their footsteps back into Yasnaya, going to their home ground when especially the first circle starting to close in such a critical circle, because it's one of the circles just centered around Pochinki, but we don't know where this ends. Has possibilities to go around Gatka, could be a hybrid circle, could even end up around the bridges, or maybe around the southern Pochinki Hills. So many possibilities, and suddenly all these teams are thrown into a fix as to where the next circle shift shall be.
I mean, I have a bad feeling about this. Not really. This is decent. This is good stuff, especially for the teams on the mainland. It's just Metal Esports who need to make that rotation, but I don't think there is really going to be any sort of problems. Even Wingod, as a matter of fact, will be able to get inside the circle without any troubles whatsoever. And there are multiple open ends. But it's all about Team OG right at the smack center. Team Insane have a good spot as well. can actually make it work. But do you think that they are going to invite attention from Team CK?
You know, we've been loving Team Insane, every single bit of it. Even in Miramar, they did get taken down early, but they had a really clean fight, if you remember. But what RTG did to them, you know, that was atrocious. That was a master plan. But every single time we've seen Team Insane come into play during those fights, their micromanagement has been there. Every single player is well aware of what their roles are. And giving some more insights, Dark Lord has been such a revelation. He's been high fragging for his team. Adi has been doing really well. When you certainly kind of expect Harsh and Skips to step up, but as long as the team's doing well, nothing to really worry about.
Absolutely. I think Team Insane, they've been fabulous. And even the fact that for Road to Glory, right, to come up with a master plan to take down Team Insane in that one, it also just goes to show that Team Insane have been so good that in a 4v4 fight, especially in the kind of form that they are right now, it's going to be almost impossible to take them out.
Oh, indeed. I mean, Team Insane living up to their name at this point. Third World Mafia, they've got Team OG right in front of them. We've seen Nenze, Sam, Lobster all playing really well, but they've gotten in Biols. A little bit of substitutes over here. And TWM, you know, they were the revelations of BGIS, even in India, Korea. We loved how they played, but seemed like their stars haven't really aligned for this tournament. But this week number 3 has been quite ecstatic.
Exactly, and even week 2, right, for TWM wasn't really that bad. Their start was phenomenal, and we all thought that the comeback story was on the lines. Well, a comeback story, especially after that disappointing performance for week 1. It was just too tough for them to handle, and that is one of the reasons why it seems like no matter how well TWM played, their destination was always too far away from them. For now, though, their oppositions are too far away from them. Team OG is just wonderfully holding on to these barn houses. A nice little compound, a nice little place that they have got for themselves. But I think this is going to be a high traffic region, Fixes.
You know, not a lot to lose for Team OG, especially how their performance has been. But, you know, this is one of those circles that scares me. Sometimes the most simplest of things are more difficult to execute. And this circle could just end anywhere. We've seen similar iterations of the circle. If you remember Team Godlike getting that one chicken dinner, which kind of ended around that prime Gatka area. But then there are instances, we've seen renditions of this circle kind of ending out in the open. Now, that could be the worst nightmare for all these teams. Now, when you talk about a team like Wingod, I think week number 3 has been quite a gracious one for them, because we've seen them perform really well in Erangel, just had a good game in Vikendi, hoping they get a podium finish in this one.
You know, I think for Wingod specifically, this was growth inside of this tournament so far. I think they improved from what they came up with inside the first week. Week 2 was sort of decent. They made many experiments. They kind of used multiple strategies, and inside of week 3 they kind of look a little stabilized. But look at that circle shift for a moment. Every single team just thrown a massive curveball as Team Insane and Team Together Esports. These are the only 2 teams who are at the smack center, while the rest, all of them in their cavalries already with vehicles flooding the circle. I think there is going to be some sort of an action brewing out in this moment itself.
Look at the flush come in. Look at the migration from the eastern side. Of course, Team Together Esports, they have that little bit of luxury. But Team Insane being where they are exactly supposed to be. Because we were talking about the conditions. It is a central Gatka circle that we're witnessing. But for now, I'm officials right now hell-bent on taking down the players of native officials. But hold on, they are retaliating back.
Exactly, and surprisingly, Gunmaster still managed to survive courtesy to the pressure coming in from Team Insane. I am officials. They're going to be very sad about it, and so will be Gunmaster, because as soon as I said he's going to be safe, Team Insane, they possibly heard me. They were like, how is that possible?
How dare you tell that?
How dare you say that? Yeah.
Not by our watch, for sure. But Netix officials, kind of a little bit cornered right now. Or maybe they're a little far away. Maybe it was just one player coming in for a scout. He was just at the outpost and had to take a lot of damage. But good thing somehow is that God's Raid, you know, beyond all expectations, went down to Yasnaya, managed to get some decent amount of loot, and now are in a good position inside the circle.
They certainly are, right? Just at the foothills of the Everest. This is going to be a really interesting affair, because I don't really think somebody will come in from their backline. So majority of their backlines will be set. And considering this circle itself, there aren't really a lot of compounds. So finding that space early on in the game will be very crucial, and God's Reign have done that already. We've seen this team struggle, especially in panic moments. They do tend to make those last-ditch rotation and slam it into compounds, which has never really worked out for them. I hope at least in this game they put their firepower at its prime display.
You know, if you talk about the overall standings of week number 3 for
Yeah.
Group Blue, they've got so many participants for the first spot, right? So many suspects there. Recently, we've seen Growing Strong really step it up, have a really great day. Team Hydra officials, they've also been firing on all cylinders. Now, with Reckoning still holding on to the lead, but the big question is by what margin? Because now, at the end of this day, Group 3 would have played, in fact, Group 3 would have played its 4 matches, just one more to go. As now, Wingod going up against the Rippers, who did drop at Isnaya. Let's see how this pans out for them.
I mean, Avi, of course, has been taken down right off the get-go. Team Rippers finding that advantage, and Hydrox, such a lovely position for this lad. Spray down comes in, but it's not going to be useful. But the only problem is Native Officials is also rotating strikingly close. In fact, it's actually Metal Wings who is very close to this team. So it's going to be very important for Rippers to finish this fight very close and very quick.
They certainly have to. Deepower, he's got that grenade cooked up. Just needs to lob it down. He's getting shot from behind. Needs to find some cover. Does indeed, but has no first aid. Just bandages to work with. Does have that level 3 gears though, but will not matter as Wingod. Now they're going to take their sweet time and maybe recuperate and then head in for the push.
Exactly. Deepower just trying to be a smoke criminal, but missing out on those fundamentals, just exposing himself from the backlines, suffering the fate in that one. But it seems like even Rod, it's too much for Rippers to handle, especially because they have no healing utility whatsoever. Wingod Esports, they have found an opening for themselves. If they eliminate Team Rippers right now, I think they have so much space to work with. And look at that in the backlines. The dots in blue, they represent Metal Wings, and they are waiting in the backlines to pounce on this team.
You know, Wingod has so much information. The only big problem is the circle is going to start closing in. Now they have to somehow figure out a way to get inside the zone. With so many teams keeping a watch on them, they will have to hit somewhere.
Oh.
And now we've seen the players of Metal Wing. Mavi right beside them. Mavi is spotted. Bono out and will be taking those shots there. Does spot him? Yeah, but the cavalry does arrive. Mavi trying to find some cover. He does indeed, but how long is he going to live as 3 of them just churn on him? And there you have it. Metal Wings still do have their losses though, but Global Esports have also lost out on one of their man.
Exactly. Mavi had no clue that an absolute surgical strike was coming on his way, of course. He thought that it was an isolated weekend. He tried to get those knockouts, but look at that. It seems like on the radar, an entire team has slammed in, and it is those prodigal players, Global Esports. The youngsters are here to seek revenge.
Indeed. With Vendetta in their eyes, Beast just trying to drive by, hoping to get on somebody, but hasn't really succeeded. Look at the setup from Global Esports. Looks really good. One good grenade could get the deed done. Maybe one single knock is what they were hoping for. Surely realizes that nobody inside the smoke, but look at the outlines. That's where they're going to find something out. But Fang, trying to get some information, has found none.
I'm actually very worried about Global Esports because this might be a kamikaze mission right now. Beast does find one of those players. Fang has been brought down. Metal Wings, they still survive. I love the angles that Global Esports are holding, but the only problem is there's so much exposed from their backlines, and Wingod just took the opportunity to make their way inside of the circle. Global Esports might just be choking themselves to death. They are going deep as much as they possibly can, but on the other side, Wingod out of the fire into the frying pan. This is a trifecta and a half.
You know, you talk about slaughterhouses, this is exactly one. You've got Wingod, you've got Insane, you've got God's Raid, you've got so many teams. I barely lost my count there. But right now, Blaze against the wall gets a beautiful knock on Max and Simple. Now Wingod, what do? The wins have been taken out of the sails, and now this is the point that the God's Raid might want to reign supreme.
Absolutely, having control over this compound. They're not going to let uninvited neighbors get close to them. Rex is still holding on to his position, but it seems like God's Reign, they have so much time in their world. Team Insane once again in the backlines, not really charging up. It's just Wingod right in front of them, and they have isolated those players. Nobody else just disturbing God's Reign in this position, but it seems like right now the circle has shifted in a way where they are very much at the edge. They have to finish this fight as quickly as they possibly can and move inwards. And Avi, just trying to be a misery Smokes being delayed, man inside the vehicle, equipped himself with the DBS. He just needs one opportunity to pounce.
Oh, for a
Oh.
moment I thought he was the Phantom Assassin, but seems like Equinox made sure that he had to check that angle and did shoot through the vehicle. Maybe had heard some cues, but regardless, I like Cincinnati Kids' position. They're the only teams who've kind of taken control over the series, but for now, Team Medal right beside them. Medal has had a really good start, and they need to get a chicken dinner if they have to keep their hopes alive into making it to the Eka Stadium. But for now, Cincinnati Kids, not the best of tournaments, of course. Can't really expect much considering they've just been newly formed. And you talk about Dreams. He's been the highest fragger for this team. But always have been struggling around rotating, find the perfect positions. Now, if they could convert this into a chicken dinner, that would be really great.
It certainly will be great, but fixes that entire position, that dip that Team CK is holding. It gives me PTSD every single time, but well, talk about that. You've got native officials, an absolute bombardment of the TP. But look at this. It is Global Esports from the backlines. They chime in. Ninja Boy was destructive, but the force was not enough. It's still one player surviving, but Ryder is here to save the day. So many shots being fired. The Shack is under fire, but it seems like they're still going to survive no matter what.
You know, with Beast and Ryder alive, still hopes are there for Global Esports, but you can see from the backlines, it is going to be Team OG. They come in, two of the players, Ryder, Ninja Boy, already done and dusted, as the entire responsibility rests on the nimble shoulders of Beast. He has been an amazing player, but right now, he is outside the circle, Salty.
Making his way inward through the smokes. It is not going to be easy. Look, hear those gunshots just whisking past his ears. It's going to be so hard for him to make his way inside. Even native officials, as a matter of fact, they are blinded by the smokes, but they're still taking this fight against TWM. Two players on top. Pro finds the first one, he finds the second one as well. Native officials, they're still alive, and Pro has 5 for himself.
He's a Superman. We've seen him doing heroics in those Miramar matchups, and now continues high on those frags. He's really starting to feel himself. Amidst all that, TWM, they've taken an exit, but he still survives, Pro, with 5 finishes to his name. Cincinnati Kids and Team Medal, two old dogs trying to duke it out against each other. Exchanges of grenades, trying to flush somebody out. It seems like nobody has found their luck yet.
Medal Esports once again just involved into this dip.
Look at the circle.
Circle? Completely out in the open, but in favor of Team Insane. They have such a complete control over it. But Medal Esports, I think they can find their way inwards if they play it safe, if they play it smart. Huh?
What? Alright. Cincinnati Kids, they're on a little bit of a mission there. And at this point, Team Insane need to understand the gravity of the situation. They know that something's coming their way. And Team Medal, are they aware? We've seen in certain situations like this, in this exact sewer, Paradox managed to find a clutch, but this time, situation is different, conditions are different. It was against Team OG, it was in the last week, but Team Medal haven't really had the best of days so far.
And now the blue zone. It comes in to increase the difficulties. You can see it encroaching upon Team Medal Esports, and they have nowhere to go and hide. From the front lines, it is those bullets. From the back, it is the electrocution of the blue zone. God's Reign as well. They've had a phenomenal game so far, and it seems like currently they are challenging the top contenders. Insane. I mean, to try and take their position from the circle, it will be a monumental task, but look at this team. 11 finishes on board. Finally, this team finds momentum inside this game.
It's mystical, and it's a miracle how they're really doing this. God's Reign, with the kind of a start they had against Hyderabad Hydra, still went down towards Yasnaya, still alive with 11 finishes to their names. And Team Insane, I'm loving what they're doing, right? Initially had 2 of their players stationed to make sure they had their backlines clear, and now that they know that God's Reign did escape from that position, now they've joined forces. Now Adi leading the charge. Any given moment could lob a grenade, and if they find an opening, the big question is, will Team Insane commit for a push?
I think so, they will, because they want complete control of the sewers. But Team CK have done one good job, and that is to station Dreams outside. The utility and the extra piece of information can be devastating for Team Insane. But there's just one little smoke fixes that kind of separates these two teams right now. And it is an artillery warfare. Nobody just taking those engagements, nobody closing in the distance, and that is how things should be. But for how long will this continue is going to be the question.
The big question indeed. Oh! Streams from elsewhere. It is going to be Pro that strikes as Sangwan also follows suit. Adi being the culprit over there seems to have opened the floodgates as they are getting annihilated.
Team Insane, complete control of the sewers, protection from both sides. But this also comes with a downside, of course. They will not be able to escape. They will not be able to come on top. Team God's Reign just slowly crawling their way inside. They know exactly where Pro is because they saw all the trajectories of the nade itself.
You know, Pro, he's on a mission. Mission on finding glory, and seems like he's really close on doing that. But you know, as the dust settles, we've got 5 teams, everybody vying for survival. God's Reign, knowing that it's their 4th game of this week and only one remains, they have to convert this into gold. Team Insane, such a clean performance in this particular week. But look at Rippers, look at Medal still surviving, everybody vying. I have this slight inkling that says me that maybe Blaze knows that there's somebody lurking in. If they've read the finish rate properly, they might flush Pro out.
They will have to. I think Pro is possibly the biggest problem for God's Reign right now, but he's let go of the blue zone. He wants to survive. Has that medkit, has those first aid kits. But what a move from God's Reign. An absolute disaster from Always. And I think that was to find that extra piece of information. And now he has it. He has been dug 6 feet under God's Reign. It all comes clashing down. The glory, the almighty. It seems like they have been burned down to a crisp. All because of that one stupid move.
It was just a desperate push. That's what I believe. You know, hoping that something would work. And it was a miracle that they needed, but that's something they did not get it, at least not against a team like Team Insane. Dark Lord just opening things up over there. But now, final 3, Paradox lying in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by Rippers and Team Insane, as Insane en route to get another chicken dinner on Erangel.
Team Insane, they're so perfect. They are delightful. They are brilliant. Once again, just having those 4 players up and alive. Team Rippers, possibly the biggest problem in their path to glory. Team Insane, once again, spotting down Hydrox. They've also spotted Matrix as well in the process. But I think Paradox's position has been left unchecked.
Look at Dark Lord go. Those grenades hitting right on the sweet spot over there. As Matrix, he understands that Team Insane, now they're going to be coming out of their hiding. And this is where they do not have vehicles, but seems like just one last player to deal with. But Paradox, he observes everything, but he's silent, not even moving a muscle. As Matrix, he falls down. Paradox remains, 4 players there, and he fails to convert. As there you have it, Team Insane getting those trades, will get their chicken dinner, and they do it in style.
They certainly do, right? They are gonna be having a smirk on their face at the very top. This is how it feels to be the very best inside of the competition. Just pure domination from Team Insane. Not a single mistake, not a single casualty, but 15 finishes to come out. Team Insane once again just reclaimed the throne because I think they were sort of disappointed with RGE taking it away from them for a while.
Yeah, I think just barring that Miramar game, they've won it all. 3 out of 4 games converted into chicken dinner. And the best part, the icing on the cake is majority of the times, correct me if I'm wrong, they've won it with all their 4 players alive.
Exactly. I think Team Insane, they have their formula for success. If they have all their 4 players alive, it's very hard to actually stop this team because they're such a well-oiled machine. They work so well together. It's like they're engineered to perfection. And every single time, you get to see that in action, especially on the maps of Erangel fixes.
And in fact, we've seen this circle even before. This time a little towards the southern side because the one that got like one, it was similar, but it was a little bit towards the northern area.
Yes.
And we saw that Team Insane made an early rotation. Now, interesting fact is that Insane has hybrid drop locations over here. Sometimes we witness them going towards Mansion Shelter. However, this time they went around Georgie and made that quick rotation. It was just Team Together Esports that were above them, but did not matter. Their timings have been so good, but I'm officials. Now, this was a very good game. Can't say the same for Team Galaxy.
Exactly. I think Galaxy also were in contention for the top 16. They certainly had done all the heavy lifting. But inside of the week 3, I think pressure has surmounted to enormous levels where they cannot really give up. This was a good spot, to be honest, inside the smoke. We've seen players pull this off multiple times, especially Shadow, I think, has done this number of times.
That's a mark of a good assaulter, in those close situations, switch to FPP. Had he been a TPP, maybe, around that murky smoke, he could not have spotted, but him doing that. But what a game has it also been for Team God's Reign. Considering about the circumstances, they drop down, have a squad fight with Hyderabad Hydras, head off towards Yasnaya, then come back right in, then still make it to the top 4 with certain good amount of finishes. I mean, take a bow.
It certainly is, right? But this entire move, I have no clue why always did that. I mean, I do tend to understand he possibly wanted to cross this entire CO situation, but he was always destined to fall.
I don't know, really. We have to talk to the players of God's Reign, because I felt for a moment that this was just a desperate move. Because, it was so awkward there. You have just always coming in. I thought it will all be ramming in, but felt like Team Insane, as if they'd seen into the future. They knew that they would be coming in. And Dark Lord, he was just stationed. The moment always comes, hey, sir.
He's like, all right, fine, I have a gift for you, and that is myself. Just engulf me, ladies and gentlemen. That was it. But Team Insane, they did not really need that, right? I felt like it was going to be like a battle of the Titans, God's Reign versus Team Insane. But again, it was those early, in fact, the late game stress that we have been talking about. It seems like God's Reign, every single time they get taken down, it is because of either one slam-ins. Even on Vikendi, they did a similar thing when they slammed in against Villa. Here as well, always made that last-ditch attempt. It has been like a pattern. It kind of seems repeatedly happening over and over again.
Yeah, it indeed has. And at this point, you're kind of starting to ponder as to what is coming up next. Because right now, all that calculation going on in my mind, because Salty, we just began with week 3 and we are almost through the half of it. And just one day remains, and this is where, we've seen teams that have already played 4 games. And it was Group 3, I think they've done that. And one more game remains. Now, God's Reign did have a really good time, but for the likes of Galaxy, this time, not enough points in this game. Where do they go from here? Still have a couple of games to go, but when you talk about even Wind God into the picture, right? Erangel has been one of their strong suits, and this one did not work out the way they would have expected.
Exactly. I think for Wind God Esports, like I said during the cast, right, for them it has been like a growth curve, and they certainly are matching it up. I think right now you would actually see Wind God make proper rotations, actually take those fights in tandem with their players together, and be successful on the other side of it. But it seems like converting the games and being successful in the final third of the game, that is still a process, and they haven't really reached there so far. One thing which some other team has done, I'm talking about Medal Esports, is they now are starting to feel a little more confident and a little more consistent. Once again, a 3rd position finish. They did not really have a lot of finishes for themselves, only 2 finishes, but 3rd position, in fact a 2nd position, it's still decent.
Yeah, for medal it is, but the climb is too high, right? I think the ask is too much over there. But one player we need to talk about. Guess who?
Well, is it Paradox?
No, I mean, he's not from medal.
Oh.
But one player who really outshined the lobby. Guess who?
Pro.
Thank you so much.
You've got to give me references, right? All of a sudden, he's like, one player we need to talk about.
I'll take this. I'll take this on me. But Pro, he was amazing, especially considering the fact that he was the final player surviving for his team. He dealt with the players of Global Esports. I think there was quite some ruckus over there. The way he's been nading, I think kind of lives up to his name, don't you think?
Exactly, and it's not just Pro, in fact. I think Native Fishers as an entire team, they are really good with their utility usage. We've seen this happen every single time. Like in a 4v4 fight as well, if they are the ones charging into a compound, they will always utilize their nades to flush them out. If they are the ones who are defending a compound, they would be the first ones to deploy all the smokes and create all the choke angles. They do all the nitty-gritties of what is required in a team fight. And Native Officials, I think their journey has been really fine. It's just been those micro decisions of where they actually have to find their spot inside the final circle. But on the overarching perspective, I do feel that they might actually have a fighting chance of making inside. You never really know.
fingers crossed, because the way Nate officials are playing, we did see them. And again, coming back to Pro,
Yeah.
his survival skills, that's something that amazed me, because the way he did that in Miramar, if you remember, he was under heavy duress. There were teams pushing on him, there were nades being thrown. They just survived a squad wipe, and then suddenly Autobots, what does he do? Just lays down a smoke and gets the hell away from there.
Yeah.
Even in this game, if you remember, Cincinnati kids, they were in a good position.
Yeah.
They want to pick a fight again. They wanted to pick a fight against Team Medal, if I'm not wrong.
Mhm.
And in fact, it was Team Insane.
It was Team Insane.
It was Team Insane. And there was Dreams, and you did talk about it. Was a very good point that Dreams had that really nice angle. If
Yeah.
somebody just comes out, maybe takes a flank, could dish out some massive amount of damage. What does Pro do?
I mean,
Throws a grenade.
yeah, he throws a grenade. And also, since we are talking about Nate officials, I just happen to remember that one moment when Murnox was just sitting inside a vehicle, completely smoked out, nobody experienced. We saw a similar situation happen, and all of a sudden, since Nate official, the conversation was brought up, that moment came in my mind, and it was brilliant. I think Nate officials, they've given us fabulous moments throughout the entire BMPS so far, and it will be a disappointment if they don't make it inside the grand final. This has been a very entertaining team, to be honest, and they certainly do have their basics checked, and they
Yeah.
certainly deserve that grand final slot. But it seems like the competition is riling up fixes, because there are so many teams, and this is just half the lobby. We have another group who is just waiting in the back lines to perform.
We've ruffled quite a lot of feathers. We've been beating around the bush who might end on top of the overall standings. And it's so difficult to say with the especially I think it's not difficult actually, because before this, Reckoning was on the top, Insane with this chicken dinner. I'm pretty
Easy.
sure they're going to have that first spot. Now, they've already qualified. For Reckoning, it means a lot because they need that bonus points. In the grand scheme of things, I know it's going to come down to that, especially for the likes of Reckoning. Even you talk about teams like Global Esports, Galaxy, they were around 12 and 14 or some position respectively before the start of this week.
Yeah.
But we also do understand that Group Red is yet to play. But again, we'll talk about the MVP, and we have a tip of the day for you guys, because if you have somebody hiding inside a car, what do? Switch to FPP, it's smoke around, you can spot them.
I mean, yes, for sure. Just switch to FPP. This player has often done that once again. Aquinox from God's Reign, 6 finishes and 54.5% finish contribution. I think Aquinox has been one of those players who kind of stays away from the limelight. It is usually Ninja who gets all the praise, all the fame and acclaim, but this man has always been in the shadows, providing his team with all the secondary assault responsibility that he carries on his shoulders.
I kind of like to beg to differ a little bit, because I feel like it was always about Ninja and Aquinox. The biggest problem with Aquinox was he's had a little bit of a dip lately.
Yeah.
But let's not forget that he is one of the most skilled assaulters we have in the country right now. It was just high time for him to step up. But again, that conversation really comes down to that is God's way. No matter how much they try over here, I don't really feel like they've made the cut, because they're kind of out of the contention if you talk about the overall standings.
I think even if they make it inside right now, especially with Group Red coming back, I barely think they have an opportunity, but we'll have to talk about that. Let's just have a look at how many points they acquire from this entire game of Erangel. We know, as a matter of fact, Gosrain could have acquired more points, but that one little dip absolutely shattered their hopes. 19 points from this game, Godrain. You've got Team Insane with another 30 bomb. This is getting too hard to digest, Fixes.
Just too hot to handle, Insane. And the way they do it, so immaculate, because every single time you come to watch them, you're in awe of what they're doing, how they're rotating, how they've gotten things right. Whilst everybody is preparing for the opposition, I feel like they're preparing for themselves. In this situation, what do we do? How do we respond? How do we react? And they always have an answer. It's not just about Adi giving the call outs. I feel like the players know what they have to do during the fights. That is what makes them really special.
Exactly. And if we do tend to have a look at the second page, Fixes, you've got Team officials, Wingod not really kind of shining bright in this one. In Galaxy, we witnessed them take an early exit in this one. Where does this put them on the overall scorecard? I mean, this team certainly has been trickling, but so has been another team. That has to be Global Esports. Now, they certainly had a good position when we started the day, but the downfall has been massive. I mean, they've had decent performances here and there, but it seems like on the overarching perspective, they needed those bonus points. And with other teams who kind of came back, like Reckoning, be it God's Reign as well, I think things are starting to get a little more difficult, because imagine this, even if you drop down from the second to the third spot, you get cut down by 5 points, which might be crucial.
I think for global esports, we've seen that this is one of those teams that has really good 4v4 fights.
Yeah.
You talk about Beast, he's been playing amazing. You talk about Ryder, he's on the frag board as well. I think that has been their plus point. But the one of the biggest issues so far has been, it's kind of like a hit or miss team. Sometimes you see all 4 of their players alive. Mavi guides them through. They start hitting, and they've got that perfect combination. But suddenly in this particular game, you saw, right, Mavi was in a tough spot. He went against the players of Metal Wings, if I'm not wrong, wanted to go after Gonu, but eventually three players came out of nowhere and just took him down.
Absolutely. And I think when we are talking about Mavi being showered with oppositions, I think the players and the consumers who love playing BGMI, they're also showered with a lot of love, not just from us, but also from some superstars. We have Ranveer Singh and his voice pack inside of the game, ladies and gentlemen. You might actually enjoy using it, so do make sure that you check it out. Of course, and it's not just the voice pack fixes, there are some costumes as well. So if you do want to dress like Ranveer Singh, well, this is the time to test your fashion game. I mean, our game of fashion hasn't really been up to the mark, fixes, or has
I
it?
don't know about you, but I've got my game strong. You need to have that self-confidence. But, now I'm in a little bit of a fix. You've got on one side the Ranveer's outfit over there, and the other you've got the Avalanche X-suit also. Chuck it. We're going to go for 2. Tonight, we're going to do some crate opening.
It's fine. It's
Yeah.
fine. We're both going to be lucky. I believe in myself, and I believe in your luck as
And
well.
if I get an Avalanche X-suit, I'm going to be rooting for you to get a Ranveer outfit.
It's going to be fun, especially when we team up and play the games, because the opposition is going to be feeling jealous. But it's
I'm
still
sorry,
fine.
I have a squad. Sorry, please.
It's fine. I can. I'm a good player. I will be able to break in, right? I mean,
Alright.
I definitely was in contention.
You can give the heels,
Fixes
alright?
is a very good player, guys. I have to give him that. But coming back, you just have to bring your analytical side out here. I think this is why we're here. Right now, it's all about the calculations which is going on in your head right now, right? A lot of number crunching. I'm pretty sure the lovely people over at production as well, they are doing the number crunching, because what do we do at the end of the day? We talk about reports and we come up with some numbers, where things stand. And as we end day 2 of week 3, it's going to be very interesting, because one final day remains before we have an entire picture of where the cutoff is going to be.
At this point, I think we're at an impasse where one thing for certain, Team Insane, they're going to stay on top. I think they will get those 25 bonus points, but 20, 15, that is where the competition really rises, because Team Blind, I think this is one of those weeks we've seen them playing without Manya. They are just playing to complete all the games. It feels like they're just going all out, and I won't be surprised at a given point where they will have 4 players landing elsewhere, trying to cause that little bit of a ruckus. But I think it's the moment. The moment has come.
Yeah, it is the moment that we were waiting for. It is a lovely voice in our heads right now that say that it is time for the blue group overall standings, ladies and gentlemen, which is going to be coming in front of your screens right about now. Of course, no surprise if Team Insane is going to be at the very top. They get the 86 points, 3 chicken dinners in 4 matches. What an outrageous run it has been for this team.
Certainly it has. And pretty sure they've got one more match to go and can break that 100 barrier the way they've been playing. But the competition, look at this. Reckoning, Entity, Global Esports still in the mix, but way far behind where Team Insane are. Now, Galaxy and Global Esports, even on the overall standings, both blue and red combined, are very close to each other, somewhere around 11 and 13.
Yeah.
But Galaxy, having dropped that one game there, they need to understand. They need to somehow make sure they make an entry to the top 3, so that they at least get those 15 bonus points and maybe kind of solidify their qualification.
Exactly, and even Lucknow Giants sort of have done very good for themselves, even though their position on the overall standings is not really fair. But on the second page, you've got Medal Esports. Consistency in those position points has garnered them those 41 points. Now all they need is that one big game. Again, 4 matches played. If they do find that one chicken fixes, maybe they can break inside the second spot. What do you have to say about that?
Yeah, I mean, Medal Esports, they're still in the equation, like you said.
Yeah.
One good chicken dinner and with a decent amount of finishes.
Yeah.
I'm talking about hitting those 15, 16 numbers. But as we go on ahead, and this is where Autobots, this is something that we did not really expect them to be. And even for the players of Rippers, they did have a good game of Wrangle in this one. I think a top 3 finish for these lads. But looking at the grand scheme of things, they're way behind. When you
Yeah.
talk about OPH, we also, this lineup kind of had a lot of expectations from my side. You had Max Kash with some new players coming in, but could not really deliver.
Absolutely. Even Autobots, as a matter of fact, week 2 was phenomenal. This week has not been their best friend. You've got Team Blind, you've got Team Vintage. Vintage has had a massive drop on the overall standings, and so has been Ostman as well. Genesis, I'm not really sure what is going wrong for them, but the only good part about for these teams is that they've got 2 games remaining. At least they can secure 30 points on board if they are capable enough, but I don't really think that's happening.
At least for Osman.
Yeah.
Now, at the final hurdle, they cannot collapse, at least for what's at stake right now. But as we move on ahead, you've got Metal Wings not really having the best of days. Clue, we've seen an aggressive side of them in week number 3. Even for the likes of V9, there have been moments where they've been taking some drop collisions. Like we discussed about Team Vintage, I think it was just that one good game of Sandhawk where they kind of had the circle for quite some time. But eventually, if you remember, that one player from Fly, I think it was Rio,
Yeah.
who absolutely changed everything. But as we go ahead, now this is where, looking at Big Brothers, I can't believe my eyes. Still 2 games played. Just.
Yeah, Big Brothers, they've just played 2 games, and this is one of those groups, like group number 4 we were talking about, they were in contention, but like we said, Big Brothers just slowly trickling down on the ladder, and seems like it's going to be a tough exit for them, because especially after the performance that came after week 1, nobody expected this fixes, nobody expected this downfall, but we don't really know what is the problem really, is it?
Yeah, along with that, Team Together Esports is not where they're kind of acquainted to be at. We've
Yeah.
seen them rather higher up the ladder, but still, considering the fact that they've done their hard work in week number 1 and 2, so that's something they can really be happy about. But then again, Team Megastars Gaming, yeah, we did come with a lot of expectations from this squad, but seems like they haven't really lived up to it. For Mayur Gaming also, I'm really surprised. Burnix officials, yeah, they've been giving us those reasons to be smiling, you know, those happy light moments in Sanok, what Millen did, you know, just being one with the nature there, just like, you know, not even moving a muscle, showing some moves. I don't know how he did that, but that was just about it, what we witnessed from Team Burnix officials.
Exactly, right? And now that we've seen day 1 and day 2, of course, the narrative still remains the same, where teams who are still in that 16th to possibly the 30th or the 40th spot, they will still vibe for those top 16. But it seems like the journey is about to end. For majority of these teams, they come to an end with just 1 game remaining. The entirety of BMPS journey has sort of come to its final hurdle. And now the question is, if you are God's Reign Fixes, what is your last ditch attempt? If you, I mean, not just God's Reign, right? Any team who is in a similar situation, what is going to be your final move? What is going to be your final punch?
I think for God's Train, they've just got that one match they will have to strike.
Yeah.
Chicken dinner with at least 15 points, but still the ask is too much, I feel. But teams that can make it, I still feel OST if they have a decent day
Yeah.
tomorrow. Galaxy, Global Esports, even for the likes of Reckoning, they are on quite a chase, but do not have a lot of matches. I think just 1 game
Yeah.
remaining for them.
Yeah.
So they will also have to get a chicken dinner. Everybody needs a chicken dinner. I think now we've come down to a point where actually those bonus points will be the difference in somebody qualifying and not.
Exactly, and I think we kind of predicted this right at the very start, that qualification is going to be like a very less margin. The difference between possibly the 16th position team and the 17th position team is going to be bare minimal. It's going to be single digits. But once again, coming back into the entire picture of things, there is one team that we talked about Team Together Esports, right? Let's just have a conversation about them. They certainly were inside, I think, comfortable positions of the top 16. Week 1 and Week 2 has been fabulous, but the downfall in Week 3 has been very massive. Now, me and Johnny has a discussion where I personally feel mentality gets taken a massive hit before you go on to play the biggest event in esports history in India. Do you think having a run of form which is not positive will affect them mentally?
It can and it cannot. I think what you said, I completely agree with you, but adding upon it, Team Together Esports might be looking at few more layers. I
Yeah,
think they have the perfect avenue, the perfect stage to experiment just a little bit more. I
yeah,
think the luxuries which they did not have in week number 1 and 2, now they're
agreed.
going to enjoy that, right? They know that they've qualified. Maybe if they want to do something different, maybe they want to try somebody else out, maybe a different style of play because they're going to be playing in the grand finals. They're going to be enjoying that stage, thriving under the pressure. But for Team Together Esports, I think there's nothing much to worry about.
Yeah,
But like we discussed about those few teams, even fly into the picture.
yeah.
These are all those teams that we will have to look forward tomorrow and see how they perform. Because Galaxy, I would love to see Galaxy in the Eka Stadium. I would love to see the likes of Fly there, even Global Esports. Because even when you look at a team as such,
Yeah.
Mavi again has had to work from the scratch. It kind of makes you feel like he's on a war path where a similar storyline like Team Insane where he's lost almost all of his players. It was just I think Ninja Boy that
Yeah.
remained with him. Then we had that little bit split. We had Beast coming in. We had Ryder coming in, and suddenly they're doing really good.
They certainly are doing good, and we saw the amount of confidence in these young lads as well, right? At that moment in the final game when Mavi was taken down, you saw Global Esports kind of have revenge on their priority list as well. They could have actually focused back inside the circle, could have actually played for those position points, but I do understand that these are young bloods and they wanted to secure those finishes for themselves. Now the point is simple, especially for teams like Global Esports, especially for teams like Galaxy right now. You know, before you actually go on to play your last game tomorrow, teams like I'm Official, teams like Stellar Titans, they're waiting in the backlines to come to you and trying to take you down. We've seen this today happen multiple times, especially on the map of Erangel, especially on the map of Miramar. Do you think, or rather, what shall be your game plan to deviate or throw a curveball against these oppositions?
I think you have to be prepared for the worst.
Yeah.
You have to anticipate that you might have a drop clash because that's
Okay.
what's going to happen tomorrow. Like you just said, I think there might be teams like Clue and heck, even UK07 trying
Yeah.
their luck. Maybe, just walk off with their heads held high. And teams need to be prepared to weather that storm because that's going to come their way. And this is something that you have to anticipate. And if you go on making that statement like we were not maybe prepared for drop clashes, then you haven't paid enough attention to what's going on because teams
Yeah.
have been doing that. So, yeah, they will have to watch out.
Absolutely. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, since we are approaching the ending stages of the league stage of BMPS, we do have a picture of who the top 5 players are going to be, of course. I mean, personally speaking, Godbot is on a roll right now today. He's got, I
Dark
think,
Lord
more.
also.
I think Dark Lord as well, right? Both of these two lads have been sort of taking the bar up by a notch every single time they step onto the battlegrounds. And now you see, like, it seems like they have crossed 40 already. Godbot from Growing Strong hitting that 40. You've got Pro coming into the mix of things as well. A very healthy addition. I'm very happy about it. I think you're going to be very happy about that as well.
For sure. I mean, kind of getting to witness some new suspects fills my heart with joy. Ninja Boy, what an addition he's been along with Mavi. They've had a little bit of a tough time. Dark Lord and his other teammates went away, and then Beast watching this lad also 32, young prodigy. I think somebody who kind of gives you that S-Power vibes, and Dark Lord also 32 finishes. So I think Godbot, he's been a cut above the rest,
Yeah.
but pretty sure with even Group Red yet to play, we've got a lot of the other contenders and big hitters to be coming into the picture. The race for MVP has gotten ever so exciting.
It certainly is, and there's a lot of big prize on the Rhine as well. But having said that, it seems like the next generation of BGMI is certainly in safe hands right now. And all these young players who are coming up, they are going to witness an extravaganza. I think you guys also know about the extravaganza that I'm talking about. On the 15th, 16th and 17th of December, ladies and gentlemen, in Ahmedabad, inside of Eka Arena, we are gonna have the grand finale of BMPS 2023. It's gonna be phenomenal. It's gonna be filled with crowd, and to be honest, I think we can't wait for this entire event to actually come to a massive closure, fixes. Before we end the show today, any final words before day 3 commences?
It's going to be absolute mayhem.
It certainly will be absolute mayhem. Well, will Team Mayhem qualify? Are they going to get some bonus points? We are going to be finding out, of course, before day 3 happens, ladies and gentlemen. Do make sure that you go and follow Crafton India Esports on all their socials. And we are going to be coming back tomorrow with some more amazing BGMI action. See you tonight and goodbye.